station here or there? Good morning and welcome to the National Government Ethics Virtual Summit. I'm Patrick Shepard.
And I'm Ryan Segrist. We have a great month in store for you. From today through the 23rd of September, we're going to be bringing you live virtual ethics presentations nearly every day.
Almost every day. We're going to be right back here on the 11th. Is that right?
That's right. We're going to be back here on the 11th and the 12th this week, actually.
Fantastic. I think before we get into the schedule, Ryan, what we should do is take a moment to thank our partner agencies, because without their help, none of this would be possible.
I think that's a great idea, Patrick. So who are our partner agencies?
Well, today we're at the National Institutes of Health. We're very excited to be hosted by the Department of Health and Human Services, the National Institute of Health, and the National Institute on Aging. So it's great to be here. They have a fantastic team, and they've made this a fantastic experience for the staff here at OGE.
We'd also like to take a moment to thank the Federal Housing Finance Agency. They're going to be hosting us tomorrow.
Tomorrow for the Large Agency Invitational, and then later in the month for the last day of the forum.
That's right, and they also have a great staff and a wonderful facility, and we're very happy to be partnering with them for this event.
And we look forward to seeing some of you at future events at FHFA. They're right downtown in D.C., so it should be very convenient for those of you who work downtown.
That's right. Who else should we thank?
We're also going to be at the Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation, neighbors of ours at OGE, for a couple of events. We're going to be there for the Financial Disclosure Day and also the Mid-Size Agency Day.
That's right, and those are going to be both great events, too. We've done an awful lot of partnerships with the Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation, and we love working with them. So we're very pleased that we're going to be able to work with them for the National Government Ethics Virtual Summit.
Yeah, no, it should be great. And finally, we would be remiss if we didn't also thank the Transportation Security Administration. If we're going to do a DMV conference, we have to get Virginia in there, and they're over in Virginia. And we're going to be there for the Small Agency Day. So those of you who are in small agencies, if you're invited to the Invitational, please join us there.
So what else do we have on tap for the rest of the month, Patrick?
So the rest of the month, we have a great deal of events. We're going to have, I think, 7 in-person events, including today, as well as several days of virtual-only events. So we'll be back in the studio on September 11th, bringing some virtual content. Before we get into the rest of the month, let's talk about what we have in store for this afternoon and later this morning.
I think that's a great idea. So this morning, what we're going to be seeing first is the Director of the Office of Government Ethics, Walsh Schaub, and Dr. Lawrence Tabak
from the National Institutes of Health.
That's right, who are going to be giving us some welcoming remarks, and also some welcome remarks.
And they're going to kick off the entire month-long National Government Ethics Summit.
Say a little quickly, we haven't seen you in what?
We're on one.
If you would excuse us real quick, we're on the air.
Yeah, we are really actually here at the National Government Ethics Summit.
Yes.
So there are colleagues of yours from all over the place wandering around here at the National Institutes of Health, and it's fantastic to see everyone, and it's fantastic to see all of you out in TV land. So what else do we have this morning?
The other thing that we have this morning is we're going to be having several OGE staff coming to do a classic session at previous government ethics conferences, the Year in Review.
The Office of Government Ethics Year in Review. So a number of OGE staff members are going to be sharing the latest developments that we've had with respect to the previous year at OGE. So if you've missed any news or announcements in the last year and you want to get caught up, we'll be covering that here in the virtual summit starting at about 10:30, 10:45 a.m. right after the opening remarks.
That's right. We're hoping that several of these staff members are going to stop by later on so that we can get a little bit more news from them to share with you all out in the virtual world.
And throughout the virtual broadcast, speakers, guests, attendees are going to be stopping by, announced and unannounced, to chat with us, share their experiences, share some of the high points from their presentations, and maybe share some information they didn't have a chance to cover. So you guys at home are going to in some ways be getting a lot of bonus content by attending virtually.
That's right. We've already had one guest stop by this morning.
Yes. So we're very excited about that. This afternoon we also have a number of very exciting events. The one right after lunch I'm really looking forward to. We're going to be talking about the national perspectives on the revolving door.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
And the reason why that's a good one is because the revolving door is it's an issue that obviously is of interest to us in the ethics community, in the federal ethics community, but there are all sorts of good government groups. There are members of the legislative branch, the general public, who all have different ideas about what the revolving door is and what we should do, if anything, about it.
And we're going to bring you 2 of those perspectives. right after lunch today. One from Professor David Zaring from the Wharton School. He's published a number of items about the revolving door, and we're looking forward to his perspectives. He takes sort of a historical view, so we look forward to that. And who else are we going to talk to this afternoon?
We're also going to be talking to Mike Smallberg from the Project on Government Oversight.
Excellent. So that should be fantastic. I think we're going to take a quick break, Tony, and our director, Walt Schaub, is going to join us in just a second in the booth. Do you want to jump or you want me to jump? Okay. Our director, the director of the Office of Government Ethics, Walter M. Schaub, has joined us in the booth. Welcome, Walter.
Thanks, Patrick. I just wanted to jump on for a second and thank our virtual audience for joining us. This is one of the ways we're trying to make this conference more innovative by reaching out to more of you. And really, it's a way of making the conference more transparent so the whole world can really look in and see what we're doing. By using strictly government facilities, we've cut the cost by literally 99% without counting salaries, but all of the overhead, we're paying for about 1% of the cost that we had to pay for the 2011 conference when we traveled to another location, and we didn't have the advantage of being able to reach out to the whole world. So we're really glad you're listening, and we've had a couple pre-sessions this morning. We're going to be doing opening remarks in a couple seconds, but I really wanted to thank our virtual audience for joining us.
Great, and thanks for joining us in the booth, Walter, and we look forward to seeing you on stage in just a couple of minutes.
Right, and I'll come back and talk to you again later.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
That was great, Ryan. Our director, Walter Schaub, stopped by.
That was wonderful. I was very glad that he was able to stop by so early on in the program today.
And I think we'll be seeing a little bit more of Walter before the virtual summit is out. So those of you who are watching virtually, please look out for that. We have coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to start the opening remarks and the year-end review, and we'll be bringing those to you virtually. So that should be very exciting. And then during the lunch break, we hope to have some more stop-bys. Walter may stop by. Our general counsel said if he has some time, he will join us. And also some of our speakers from this afternoon will hopefully join us during the breaks.
Now, one thing for those of you, for our virtual viewers out there, one thing that we would like to encourage you to do is to engage with us online with this content. For those of you who are out on Twitter, we are going to be live tweeting all of these events today.
Updates from the sessions, updates from the summit, all around.
Right. So what's the hashtag for that, Patrick?
The hashtag is Octothorpe Ethics Summit.
Oh, that's a very proper way to say the pound sign.
Yeah, so pound sign Ethics Summit or hashtag Ethics Summit, any of those will work. You can use that hashtag to converse with your colleagues and other virtual attendees, as well as folks who are here at the actual summit.
And the Office of Government Ethics Twitter handle is @OfficeGovEthics.
That's right, @OfficeGovEthics. So follow us on Twitter and get updates about the virtual summit.
And for those of you who are participating virtually, what we'd like you to do is, if you're engaging with the content, or you've thought of a great question or something like that, or you're having a watch party, go ahead and tweet us pictures of your experience while you are engaging with this content.
And we'll be sharing those pictures from the booth. So if you tweet at us or on the hashtag with a photo of you and your colleagues enjoying the virtual summit, maybe you're a remote federal employee watching from a fire tower in the Pacific Northwest. I know we have some viewers from Hawaii who join us occasionally. If you'd like to send us a picture of your beautiful weather, we'd love to share it with your colleagues around the world.
Especially the ones who are having the lousy weather, right?
Yes, exactly.
Just
Which,
rub
which
it in a
I
bit.
think we might have some of that today.
Yeah, we might.
Okay, well, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back with the opening remarks and the OGE year in review. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Ready? Okay, well, it's for those of you who sat in the first session, it's me again. My name is Chip Christopher. I'm the Chief of the Agency Assistance Branch at OGE, and I'd like to welcome you all to the first ever National Government Ethics Summit. We're very excited to be offering you numerous events throughout the month of September. I was reading through this earlier, and I still can't believe it. We're doing 3 forum days, such as this, for a broad audience. We're doing 3 invitational days, one for each size agency, for large, medium, and small size agencies. 1 financial disclosure day, which is going to cover both beginner financial disclosure as well as nominee financial disclosure and ethics agreements. And 4 days of virtual sessions. I don't know what we were thinking, quite honestly, but here we are nonetheless. We'll make it work. We have a very busy morning scheduled, so I won't stand up here and ham it up too much. But I would be remiss if I didn't offer some sincere thanks to everyone who helped put this thing together. First and foremost, I'd like to thank NIH and NIA for providing this wonderful facility. Thank you very much. Not only have they provided the space, they've been wonderful in assisting us getting set up. So thank you very much to those folks. We're also going to be having events, as you know, in other venues, and I'd like to thank our partners there as well, the Federal Housing Finance Agency, the Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation, and the Transportation Security Administration. I have a personal thanks I would like to send out, and I mean no disrespect to anyone else in OGE who has worked diligently in putting this together, but I really wanted to thank Wendy Pond, the conference coordinator, who put this whole monstrosity together. Where's Wendy? If you didn't know her before, I'm sure you've contacted her at least once at this point. So thank you, Wendy. It's wonderful. And thank you all for all of your assistance and cooperation in putting these events together. If not providing actual support and assistance, but also being amenable to speaking, all of that assistance makes this a community-wide event, and I think that's what we're really pushing for this year. So all of you have probably been to some conference or summit before, and you usually have to sit through this laundry list of exhaustive record housekeeping items before you get to the good stuff. So here they are. Hopefully you found there are restrooms on both floors of this center. The cafeteria, this is rather important, the cafeteria won't comfortably accommodate a group of this size at the same time, so we've staggered the lunch. If you look at your agendas, you'll notice that there are various events going on throughout the lunchtime period. So what you could do, if you like, you could go to one of the lunchtime breakout sessions, then head to lunch, or you could go to lunch first, then head to one of the breakout sessions. It's entirely up to you. The idea was that we had so much information to share that we wanted to make sure people got to as much as they could, and also have time to eat at their leisure. So feel free to take your lunch as you see fit, and make sure to double check the agenda to look for start times for the lunchtime sessions. You can sit outside to eat lunch. So far it hasn't started raining, so you're welcome to sit outside, but there is no food or drinks allowed in the breakout rooms or in the auditorium. In the event of an emergency, all of the emergency exits are well lit and clearly labeled, and we have a trained staff on board here at the facility to take care of any emergencies should they arise. If you do need any assistance during the event, there will always be someone at the check-in desk, and you can grab any OGE employee you see and ask them for assistance. They'll make sure you get what you need. Feel free to ask anyone. Some of you have already been taking advantage. I see there is Wi-Fi in the building, and there is no password, so although we don't want you checking in too much back at work, if you need to, there is Wi-Fi in the building. Each of you should have received, at this point, one of our spiral-bound binders. We've only printed a limited number of these, in fact, exactly as many as we think we're going to need, and we're only going to be handing them out on the forum days. So please, if you're planning to attend additional days throughout the month of September, try to hold on to these. We'll also be handing out on each day the individual one-sheet agendas that most of you hopefully have received, and that will contain all the events that are happening on that given day and any minor updates or changes that have taken place since the last event. As you know, we're not printing PowerPoints. Everyone is going more towards this green way of thinking, and I think that's appropriate. So if, nonetheless, we're not printing out PowerPoints. If you'd like to have something in your hands during one of the sessions, looking forward, you might want to consider downloading them from our website. They're available on our online guide, and you could download them and print them and bring them if need be. And also, because this is a rather flexible, rather fluid 2 or 3 weeks coming up, there might be some minor tweaks and changes throughout. So please check our website from time to time to see the most recent update and information about the goings-on throughout the month of September. So that wasn't so bad. Now on to the good stuff. I'm honored to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Lawrence Tabak. Dr. Tabak is the Principal Deputy Director of the National Institutes of Health, and that's the most senior career position here at NIH. He's also Section Chief and a Senior Investigator at NIH's National Institute of Dental and Craniofacial Research. So as Holly pointed out, he's a scientist. Prior to taking on his current roles, he was the director of NIDCR from 2000 through 2010. Before joining NIH, Dr. Tabak served as the Senior Associate Dean for Research and a Professor for Dentistry, Biochemistry, and Biophysics at the University of Rochester in New York. And finally, and just as notably, at least from our perspective, Dr. Tabak serves as the NIH Deputy Ethics Counselor. That's the highest ranking ethics position here at NIH as well. And he co-chairs the NIH Ethics Advisory Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Lawrence Tabak.
Thank you and good morning. To add my thanks to Patrick Sheridan and NIA for hosting this, and to welcome OGE Director Walt Schaub to NIH and to congratulate all of you in the ethics community for the creativity and innovation that you displayed in planning this year's conference. I understand this is a bit of a departure from how you have done this in the past, so I hope this model serves you all well, and if there's anything that we at NIH can do, just ask Patrick. So let me just give you a brief NIH 101 for those of you who have not been here before. We have, NIH is comprised of 27 institutes and centers, and then the Office of the Director. There are 30 ethics offices within the institutes and centers in the Office of the Director, plus a central ethics office. We have more than 150 full-time and part-time ethics officials that staff these 31 offices here. Just under 19,000 staff receive advice and training, and they also file ethics actions, as you might imagine. So just roughly 600 OGE 278s, 7,200 OGE 450s, and over 2,000 outside activity requests. So our folks are pretty busy here. We have about 100 advisory committees, which are staffed by more than 1,000 SGEs. So that's another dimension to the challenge faced by our ethics community. So the numbers hopefully give you a sense of the NIH ethics enterprise and the tremendous workload that our staff deal with. So to that end, let me offer a shout out to the director of the NIH Ethics Office, Holly Beckerman-Jaffe, who is down here. And all of her staff, and of course these are the folks who I work with very closely. And I have to say, I've learned an enormous amount both from Holly and her staff over the years, and that's been a real privilege. And also, thanks to our Office of General Counsel, who also are our partners in this and play a very significant role. I know that we rarely say thank you to people in positions like this, but it's certainly well deserved. Now, they gave me 10 minutes, but I promised not to use all 10. Oh, by the way, if any of you are here for the microbiome conference, yes, you, it's across the hall. Right. Poor guy woke up and thought, oh my goodness, what am I? So the biggest challenge we have here for our ethics program is we are an ethics program within a science agency. And of course, that's also our greatest strength. So I'm going to share the secret that actually Holly shared with me when I first arrived in this new position some 4 years ago. Some of the biggest successes occurred because we've incorporated 3 fundamental scientific concepts in how we perform ethics review here. Peer review, teamwork, and collaboration. These are just very important principles that we use in our science and also in our ethics program. So, in terms of some history, let's all agree that nobody deliberately sets out to have their name and reputation called into question in every single major news outlet, but about 11 years ago, this fall, that's about where we were as an agency. And indeed, many of our top scientists were called out in less than flattering ways. So very quickly, and without sharing any degree of the pain and the horror of those earlier days, I'm going to tell you how the agency overcame these enormous obstacles, and it was by playing into the strength of the agency, namely science. So some of you may be thinking of George Bernard Shaw's line, and I quote, "Science never solves a problem without creating 10 more." And that's actually true sometimes, particularly to people who are not familiar with the culture of science. But I would counter that with Carl Sagan's words, and again I quote, "Science is a way of thinking much more than it is a body of knowledge." It's an approach. It's a way of tackling things. And so NIH applied classic elements of scientific thinking to the challenges that were posed to us. And really, science and ethics are not mutually exclusive. Somebody very wise once told me that without tension, there's no music. And so if you think about it in that context, a conflict of interest is not an inherently bad thing. It needs to be recognized, it needs to be managed, but after all, you do want experts providing you with the best advice possible. So the solution, we have to come up with a group of individuals to review over 2,000 requests for outside activities to determine whether, quote, whether they relate to an employee's official duties under 265-35807. So I do know a little bit of the jargon. Holly told me to say that when we were coming over. And so to do this, we established an NIH Ethics Advisory Committee to review certain awards and outside activity requests. We staffed the committee with senior scientists who have a deep understanding and expertise, and those scientists are then able to provide us with a rigorous and objective review that, of course, is framed by these professionals within the ethics office. And so that makes for a very powerful combination. Another challenge that we constantly face is to maintain sufficient oversight of large programs, and so we do that with teamwork. We do that with teamwork. And science is all about team science. If things in here get a little quiet, you can go across the hall to the microbiome conference, and you'll learn about multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary teams. So we set up internal program review teams staffed by NIH Ethics Office people together with Institute and Center Ethics people, and these groups in a team review all aspects of the ethics program, and then they're able to provide meaningful feedback, and that loop is crucially important. Oversight of our SGEs, who provide invaluable service on our multitude of committees. How do you handle that pre-clearance of incoming employees? And so we foster collaborations here. The solution was to partner with other offices to assure that the conflicts are identified and resolved. We engage extra expertise and experience in some areas. For instance, we work with the travel office and the administrative staff for a review of in-kind travel support. We collaborate with our committee management office for SGEs, and then with the human resources office as we're onboarding new folks. So from that very brief summary, you conclude that all is right. A skeptic. Oh, that's good. You'd make a great scientist. So being a science agency still presents, of course, ongoing obstacles. For example, we're challenged to process awards with cash prizes under Section 2625204, and we can continue to struggle with our success, meaning a very high volume of awards that are submitted for approval. It's actually a nice problem to have. So being a global leader in science, NIH wants to continue to establish partnerships and collaborations worldwide. This increases our research capacity on all continents. It expands the medical research pipeline across the globe, and it extends the reach of health advances that we initially discovered. And that's, of course, our mission. Now, some of the awards may be sponsored by foreign governments, though, and of course that increases the difficulty sometimes of getting the needed information that is required. And despite due diligence, some of our mission-related activities may trigger the example, like the one being given this Friday for the Lasker, $250,000, and everything in between. And so you need to deal with all of these. And so it's not uncommon. The nature of science, which of course is often unpredictable, serendipitous, sometimes intractable, scientists working with ethics professionals, we as a community have to be very patient, sometimes creative, and always flexible. It was a scientist, Albert Einstein, who once noted, and I quote, Many people say that it is the intellect which makes a great scientist. They are wrong. It is the character. Clearly, being a science agency has some unique challenges, but that also brings with it some enormously satisfying rewards. At NIH, we're fortunate to employ brilliant and creative ethics minds right alongside of the brilliant and creative scientific minds. And
Walt came to his current position from the career ranks. He has worked at a law firm, at VA, here at HHS, and of course OGE, where he started in 2001 and most recently served as the Deputy General Counsel prior to taking over the duties of the Director. Walt in particular has made a priority of engaging the ethics community. And he is the one that actually came up with this idea for the summit. He wanted it to be an event that included a variety of stakeholders, not just ethics officials, but a variety of stakeholders, and focused broadly on government ethics, and in particular, ethical culture. Now, Walter will tell you that he dislikes public speaking. I think secretly he enjoys it very much, so I'm just going to get out of his way and let him speak. Ladies and gentlemen, the Director of the United States Office of Government Ethics, the Honorable Walter M. Schaub, Jr.
Chip is fired, so we're looking for a new MC. Maybe any of you in the back. No, thank you for joining us at the National Government Ethics Summit. You know, as Dr. Tabak mentioned, this is a departure from the way we've done it in the past. We traditionally travel to other locations, and I wanted to try to do it here in D.C. What's wonderful is thanks to NIH and NIA and our other partners at PBGC and FHFA and TSA, we're able to do this conference in D.C., and we're able to do it at 1% of the cost of our last conference. We've also done what we can to provide you with much of the same experience. I know if you flew here, you'd have had to gone through TSA, so the nice part about doing it at government is that you get to go through the metal detectors and be thoroughly screened before coming in. But this event really is all about bringing together the executive branch ethics community. For the past 13 years, I've had the privilege to work with this community, and I know how committed you are to the government ethics mission. This community includes more than 5,000 ethics officials who serve in every agency in the executive branch. But it doesn't stop there. This community includes 29,000 Inspector General officials. This community includes our colleagues at the Office of Special Counsel and the U.S. Merit Systems Protection Board, just as it includes government officials with responsibility for procurement integrity, travel rules, and internal management controls. This community includes prosecutors in the Public Integrity Office and the U.S. Attorney's offices. And because we live in a free country, this community includes good government groups and the many members of the media. This community includes the leadership of every agency, from the agency head down to first-line supervisors and team leaders. And in a very real sense, this community also includes every federal employee. We're all working to ensure that the public can trust in the integrity of government operations. For our part as ethics officials, the ethics program we administer is a complex framework of laws, regulations, and executive orders. These provide the base for an ethical culture that's the gold standard in government ethics around the world. And the job of ethics officials begins with translating these complex rules to agency leaders and to frontline employees who want to do the right thing. We've come together this month to strengthen the ethics community and to promote public confidence in government. We're here to deepen our knowledge of ethics rules and talk about the best ways to do this important job. This summit gives us the chance to share knowledge and to listen to viewpoints from both inside and outside the federal government. All of this supports an executive branch ethics program that at its core stands for the principle that public service is a public trust. This ethics program ensures that public servants at all levels remain free from conflicts of interest and even the appearance of conflicts of interest. This ethics program prevents preferential treatment for anyone connected to an official's outside activities. This ethics program resolves potential issues for Senate-confirmed presidential appointees even before they show up for the first day of work. And this ethics program prevents those who leave government from exercising undue influence over their former agencies when representing private interests. And more broadly, this ethics program establishes a solid base on which to build and sustain an ethical culture. When I started in this position in January 2013, I targeted 3 areas that I wanted OGE to focus on: communication, direct support to agencies, and oversight. In the next session, we'll highlight some of the things that we've done in these areas. And at the ethics conferences of the past, we traditionally did a year in review session, and we're going to continue that tradition here at the summit with staff of each of OGE's divisions talking about some of their work. In that session, you'll hear about our communication efforts. To name just a few, we've held quarterly meetings with DAOs, we've had meetings with agency leadership, we've had desk officers visit the agencies they support. We've used max.gov for an outreach forum with news, advisories, and legislative updates related to government ethics. We've posted a blog we're calling Director's Notes, and we've used social media, focus groups, and meetings with outside organizations to share information and to learn from others. You'll also hear in that session about our direct support to agency ethics offices, another area of OGE's focus. Last year, we increased registrations for OGE's training by 238%. And this year, we've kept up the pace. After this summit, we're on track to break even that record. We've returned to one-on-one relationships between desk officers and their agencies. We've also built the new e-filing system Integrity, which we're previewing at several sessions at this summit. In the year in review session, you'll hear about our oversight work, too. You're already familiar with OGE's program reviews, which evaluate agency ethics programs. And this year we've launched the new methodology of inspections. Inspections supplement our traditional plenary reviews. They enable us to reach more of the executive branch so we can give you additional feedback and more timely feedback on ways to strengthen your agency's programs. We also significantly sped up our turnaround times on reviews of annual financial disclosure reports filed by the executive branch's most senior officials. Along the same lines, we've continued to streamline our nominee process to increase the government's capacity to fill its top leadership positions. Internally, we've launched a major professional development in-person presentations in addition to a number of virtual-only live presentations. We're going to cover a lot of topics in government ethics. We're also going to cover a number of topics on related issues that ethics officials routinely encounter, including whistleblower protections, Hatch Act prohibitions on political activity, government travel regulations, and the vitally important work of inspector generals, among other topics. To round out the experience, we've made sure to invite not only ethics officials, but other stakeholders as well. We've invited participants from the legislative and judicial branches, from local government, from the media, from good government groups, and from academia. We want to hear their perspectives on how best to build and sustain an ethical culture. As you know, we've also opened many sessions to the outside world through streaming video, and I'd like to give a special welcome to our virtual audience watching us live online right now. So thank you all for coming. This is going to be a great summit, and we're really glad you're here, or there if you're watching online. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll kick things off with presentations by OGE's various divisions on the work that they've been doing. Thanks again. Streaming video, and I'd like to give a special welcome to our virtual audience watching us live online right now. So thank you all for coming. This is going to be a
Hi, and welcome back to the booth. We just heard from Dr. Tabak and Walter Schaub, OGE's director. They welcomed all of the attendees here to the National Government Ethics Summit, and we would like to again welcome our new viewers to the National Government Ethics Virtual Summit. So welcome, I'm Patrick Shepard.
And I'm Ryan Segrist, and welcome back to the booth.
And we're just taking a short break here before the OGE Year in Review, which should be an exciting presentation about the goings-on at OGE in the last year or so. We're going to hear from a bunch of staff members, aren't we, Ryan?
That's right. We're going to hear from members of each of OGE's divisions and branches. And not only are we going to hear about things that happened within the last year, we're also going to hear about some things that OGE might be looking ahead to.
Yeah, so if you're interested in the future goings-on at OGE or things that are in the pipeline, please stay tuned for the Year in Review. And also stay tuned for the lunch break, because hopefully we'll have a number of guests here on the booth.
That's right. We're hoping that Director Schaub will stop by again, and perhaps OGE's General Counsel David A. Paul will stop by, and hopefully also some of the members of OGE who are going to be giving
their year in review presentations to provide a little more information. We also may be joined this afternoon by Professor David Zering from the Wharton School and Michael Smallberg from the Project on Government Oversight. They'll be here today talking about perspectives on the revolving door, which should be of interest to those of you who deal with post-government employment or folks coming into government.
That's right, because 207 is a tough statute to deal with, and they have some very, very different perspectives on whether anything should be done about it or not.
And we're also very much looking forward to our keynote this afternoon from Max Stier from the Partnership for Public Service.
That's right. I think that is going to be a really good one. Max Stier is an esteemed person in the good government community, and as the CEO of the Partnership for Public Service, the whole point of that nonprofit is to improve the federal government.
Yeah, so that's going to be an interesting afternoon, so hopefully we'll have lots of content for you. We're taking just a very short break right now between the opening remarks and the OGE Year in Review, so we'll be back in just a few minutes.
review session, and we're going to start out with Seth Jaffe from the Office of General Counsel. Thanks.
So as you heard, I'm Seth Jaffe. I'm the chief of the Ethics Law and Policy branch at OGE. And to Holly Beckerman Jaffe's great relief, there's no relation. And as it is with every other word at OGE, it turns out the word year is a term of art. What we're going to address today is some of the highlights from the past year, as well as some highlights since our last conference. So I know it's hard to believe, but it's only been 2.5 years since the passage of the Stock Act. And I remember way back in 2011, a simpler, more innocent time, really. And I was sitting in Shelley Finlayson's office, and we were providing technical assistance to Senate staffers on a bill that would limit the ability of members of Congress from trading stocks based on knowledge they gained from doing their jobs. And we provided technical assistance that day and on others, and we didn't hear much back for several months. We weren't too concerned. After all, the name of the act was the Stop Trading on Congressional Knowledge Act. Well, shortly after these consultations, and safe in the knowledge that the Stock Act, as proposed, did not apply to executive branch employees, I went on a 6-month detail to the White House counsel's office. While I was away, the 60 Minutes story hit, the story that said that the Stock Act was headed nowhere in Congress. Well, now all of a sudden, it was headed somewhere, and that somewhere was the executive branch. So I returned to OGE in 2012 to a changed landscape. And that landscape changed because, as you know, the Stock Act primarily added 4 new reporting, a notification, and investment limitation requirements for covered executive branch employees. Specifically, covered employees now had to report certain transactions on a monthly basis. They had to report mortgages on their personal residences. They had to notify their ethics office of future employment or compensation opportunities. And they had new restrictions on their abilities to participate in initial public offerings. So OGE initially issued guidance in 2012 on these topics in Legal Advisories 12.1, 12.2, and 12.4. I'm sure some of you are very familiar with these best hits. And then in 2013 and earlier this year, we subsequently issued Legal Advisories 13.1, 13.6, and 14.2. So in the 2 minutes I have left today, I'm going to go over these 6 legal advisories in great detail. No, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to discuss very briefly our most recent advice on Legal Advisory 14.2, addressing Section 12 of the Stock Act, which limits the ability of covered employees to participate in IPOs. And this advice was issued in consultation with the SEC. And the reason that we consulted with SEC is that Section 12 of the Stock Act is not really Section 12 of the Stock Act. In reality, it's Section 21AI of the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934, the act that Section 12 amended. Now, Section 21AI of the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934 provides that, quote, an individual described in Section 101F of the Ethics in Government Act of 1978 may not purchase securities that are the subject of an initial public offering in any manner other than is available to members of the public generally. So, what's an initial public offering? As many of you know, there are 2 broad types of companies out there, privately held companies and public companies. An initial public offering, or an IPO, is the first sale of a stock by a company to the public. So therefore, if the company has never previously issued equity to the public, it's called an IPO. So at OGE, we became concerned about incoming employees who held jobs at privately held companies and the arrangements that some of them had to convert their privately held stock into public stock when the company went public. So this led us to ask the SEC whether Section 12 of the Stock Act applies to nominees who come into government having these rights to automatically convert privately held stock into public stock when their company goes public. And the short answer is no. Section 12 of the Stock Act does not apply in this situation. The SEC explained that a covered employee would not be deemed to have purchased the shares if she received them automatically upon conversion of the company from private to public. Now, what about the more common situation where you have an employee who comes to your office and she wants advice on whether or not she can participate in an IPO that is not tied to her former employment, and her rights to participate in it are not tied to her former employment? Well, the bottom line here is that neither OGE nor you as an ethics official will be able to provide advice concerning Section 21AI of the Securities and Exchange Act, as that's a matter of securities law. You should refer the employee to her investment advisor. So now, Rachel Dowell will discuss the ethics implications of the recent Supreme Court decision in U.S. v. Windsor.
Hi, I'm Rachel Dowell, Assistant Counsel in the Ethics Law and Policy Branch, and I'll be discussing the effect of the Supreme Court's decision in United States v. Windsor on the Executive Branch Ethics Program. To provide a little background, Section 3 of the Defense of Marriage Act, or DOMA, had defined marriage as limited to a union between a man and a woman for purposes of all federal laws. As a result, DOMA previously provided the definitions of marriage and spouse for over 1,000 federal statutory provisions, including for the federal ethics laws and regulations. However, on June 26, 2013, the Supreme Court struck down Section 3 of DOMA as unconstitutional as a violation of the Equal Protection Clause. Following this guidance, OGE worked closely with the Justice Department to develop guidance explaining the effect of that decision. And on August 19, 2013, OGE issued Legal Advisory 1310, outlining many of the ways the Windsor decision affects the Executive Branch Ethics Program. Now, our main goal with this Windsor guidance was to ensure that all federal employees know how to comply with the government ethics rules and are able to avoid inadvertent violations. It's a very important legal advisory to be aware of. I'd like to reiterate some of the guidance again here. Now, broadly speaking, this legal advisory explains that OGE now interprets the terms marriage, spouse, and relative to include a same-sex marriage and a same-sex spouse whenever those terms appear in the federal ethics laws and regulations that are administered by OGE. Now, the ethics provisions that use the terms marriage, spouse, or relative, and are therefore affected by the Windsor decision, include all such provisions in the Criminal Conflict of Interest statutes, the Ethics in Government Act, OGE's regulations, including the Standards of Conduct, and agency supplemental ethics regulations. Now, OGE also used the date of our legal advisory, August 19, 2013, as the date on which federal employees are on notice of the applicability of these federal ethics provisions to same-sex marriages and same-sex spouses. Now, which employees are affected by the Windsor decision? Well, the federal ethics rules now apply to same-sex married couples in the same way they apply to all married couples. In addition, the federal ethics rules now apply to all married same-sex couples regardless of the federal employee's state of residency. So let's say that you have an employee at your agency that married a person of the same sex in a jurisdiction that legally recognized that marriage, and then moved to another state that does not recognize the marriage. Well, despite the fact that his or her state of residence does not recognize the marriage, OGE would still consider the employee to have a spouse and to be in the marriage for purposes of the federal ethics laws. Now, before I wrap up, I want to briefly mention two big ways that the Windsor decision affects both married same-sex couples as well as your day-to-day job as ethics officials. First of all, federal employees must now disclose the assets and income of their married same-sex spouses on their financial disclosure reports. Now, such disclosure is pursuant to the existing requirements already in place for a federal employee's spouse. On the flip side, though, employees no longer have to report gifts from their same-sex spouses pursuant to the relative exception to the gift reporting requirements. Second, OGE now construes the primary conflict of interest statute, 18 U.S.C. 608, to impute the financial interests of a federal employee's same-sex spouse to that employee. So before the Windsor decision, a same-sex spouse's financial interest in ABC stock, for example, was not imputed to the employee under 208. Now, that spouse's financial interest in ABC stock is imputed to the employee. As a result, the employee may not work on any particular matter that has a direct and predictable effect on the financial interests of ABC Company. But if that ABC stock ends up having to be divested by the spouse, then the federal employee's same-sex spouse may now request a certificate of divestiture from OGE to defer paying capital gains on taxes. And that's because a same-sex spouse is now considered an eligible person with regard to the issuance of a CD. So now I'm going to turn it over to Chris Swartz, who's going to discuss the 18 U.S.C. 208 exemption for service on outside boards.
Morning. As Rachel said, my name is Christopher Swartz. I'm an assistant counsel in the General Counsel and Legal Policy Division at OGE. Now, 3 years ago, during the year in review session during OGE's last conference in Orlando, former Associate General Counsel Rick Thomas discussed a new proposed regulatory exemption to 18 U.S.C. Section 208 that had been in the works at OGE for some time. The proposed rule dealt with the interesting scenario of when an agency appoints an employee to serve with a nonprofit organization in his or her official capacity and the resultant imputation of the organization's financial interests to the employee under 208. At the time of Rick's presentation, the comment period had just closed on the proposed rule, and OGE was beginning the review of the many comments that we had received. Now, I know that all of you have been waiting with bated breath since the 2011 conference to hear the suspenseful conclusion of the outside board saga. We'll wait no longer, because today I'm going to tell you all about our newest exemption for official participation on nonprofit boards, 5 CFR 2640.203M. Well, you have to wait a little bit longer. I'm going to go through the brief history as quickly as possible. Now, as most of you are aware, in 1995, the Office of Legal Counsel issued an opinion to the FBI opining that employees assigned to serve on the board of a nonprofit organization in their official capacity would be considered directors of that organization under 18 U.S.C. Section 208 and were therefore barred from participating in any official actions either at their home agency or at the nonprofit organization that would have an effect on the financial interests of the nonprofit. As a result, agencies that wanted to place an employee on an outside board generally had to issue a 208B1 waiver to the employee that was being assigned. After carefully considering the matter and proposing statutory amendments to Congress in 2006, OGE published a rule in 2011 to provide a 208B2 regulatory exemption permitting employees to be appointed to an outside nonprofit organization without being put in jeopardy of violating the criminal law. In 2013, we finalized the rule, and we also published contemporaneous guidance, Legal Advisory 1305, to provide greater insight into the practical aspects of assigning employees to nonprofit organizations. So here we have the final text of the rule, which is substantially similar to the proposed rule, except the final rule was expanded slightly to also waive the disqualifying financial interest of the nonprofit organization in those circumstances where the employee was considered to be seeking or negotiating for placement at the nonprofit organization. One thing I want to point out is that everybody, when they came in, was handed a new updated version of OGE's CFR regulations. If you find page 661, that is where the regulation will be. Now, I don't have time to go through every aspect of the law, unfortunately, for everybody. I thought, however, I would take a moment to highlight a few important considerations. First, remember that the law only applies if the employee is participating as an official duty activity. An employee cannot rely on the exemption if he or she is participating in a personal capacity. Also, remember that the exemption says it applies to the financial interest solely arising from official service. If the employee has another personal or imputed organizational interest in the organization, the exemption would not apply to that interest. This would be the case, for example, if the employee decides that he or she wants to negotiate for private employment with the nonprofit while serving in an official capacity. As soon as he or she begins to negotiate for a private placement with the nonprofit, 18 U.S.C. Section 208 will kick back in. You may want to counsel employees on this point if they indicate interest in continuing with the nonprofit after their official tenure is done. Remember also that the exemption only applies if the employee is assigned to work as an officer, director, or trustee, or an equivalent of one of those positions. It does not apply if the employee is assigned to be a regular employee or a general partner at that organization. Also, as we highlighted in our Legal Advisory 1305, the exemption only applies to service on nonprofit organizations that have sought and received the 501c determination. Finally, I just wanted to highlight a few other things to remember. First, the regulation establishes a limited exception to 18 U.S.C. Section 208, relieving an employee assigned to a nonprofit of personal criminal liability. As described in the note following the rule, 203M does not create independent authority to assign employees to a nonprofit or any other non-federal organization. Agencies must therefore consider their enabling acts and any other relevant statutes to determine whether they have authority to assign an employee to a nonprofit organization in the first place. Second, agencies should keep in mind that they control the assignment of their employees and may impose any limitations on an employee's service at the nonprofit organization that they consider to be prudent or necessary. OGE encourages agencies to work with nonprofit organizations to set out the limitations that will apply to their official services while at the nonprofit organization prior to making the assignment. This can often be done through a memorandum of understanding. Finally, remember that 203M does not waive the application of any other law, including those laws dealing with fundraising on official time, supplementation of official salary, and acceptance of gifts from prohibited sources, which will continue to apply while the employee is serving at the nonprofit in their official capacity. Now, I want to introduce Deborah Borto, who will discuss OGE's online nominee and new entrant web guide.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Borto, Chief of the Presidential Nominations Branch at OGE. Before I start, I'd like to introduce Heather Jones, who started at OGE yesterday. Prior to joining OGE, Heather worked for the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Ethics, serving as the Senior Counsel for Financial Disclosure. Prior to that, she had 10 years of experience in securities law. She is now serving at OGE as the Senior Counsel for Financial Disclosure. She will be serving as legal counsel to the Presidential Nominations Branch, and she will be pre-clearing nominee reports. So welcome, Heather. I'm going to take a high. Now, we originally created this guide for filers, but it's widely used by ethics officials, so if you're not taking advantage of it, please do. The guide walks you through the public financial disclosure requirements, providing instructions, illustrations, definitions, and answers to frequently asked questions. It has a navigation bar that allows you to easily jump from one section to the next. For example, if you click on assets and income, you arrive at a page that has 70 different types of asset and income items. We tried to be very expansive here and include everything from the common cash account to the not-so-common short sales. You simply click on the item you're interested in, for example, incentive stock options, and you land on a page that illustrates how to report incentive stock options on Schedule A and, if applicable, Schedule C Part 2. It shows, so the old reviewer's guide only showed one way to report incentive stock options. This guide shows you how to report incentive stock options where the value is not readily ascertainable, where the value is readily ascertainable, and, as is most likely the case in our mimeograph supply company in this example here, where the stock option is underwater. You no longer have to remember which report you worked on with underwater options, or remember that you need to report the number of shares, the strike price, the expiration date, the vesting date, the date your great-grandmother was born. You don't need the last part, but you do need the other 4 pieces of information. But that's okay. You don't have to keep that in mind. It's all here on the guide. You can also simply send a specific page to a filer who's working on a report. So if a filer asks you how to report incentive stock options, you can send them this page, and it'll provide them with samples. Although the illustrations should be all you need, we also provided plain English instructions for those who want to know more. We have a section for the filer, a section for the spouse. We also have a frequently asked questions section for each topic, which answers questions such as, do I need to report my federal thrift savings plan? The guide also contains sections for liabilities, agreements and arrangements, positions, sources of compensation, and a checklist for filers. So the checklist helps remind filers of the assets and interests they need to report to make sure they haven't overlooked a certain interest. So it, for example, reminds them to report salary, retirement plans, equity in an employer, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, etc. And there is a section for ethics officials that provides links to helpful resources, such as the link to the ethics agreement guide and a link to relevant regulations and legal advisories that are relevant to financial disclosure. I'm glad to hear that agencies are finding the guide useful. If you haven't used it, please do so. It's a huge time saver. And if you're working on a nominee report, you know that it'll get through OG quicker if you're using the guide. On a separate note, I want to mention that we will soon be issuing an update to the ethics agreement guide. This was originally issued in 2008. We've now had 6 years of experience working with you, and we've gotten feedback from you. So we've incorporated that feedback. We've provided some new samples, and we've updated some of the language as it has evolved. So look for that. That is coming out very shortly. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Lee Francis, who will be discussing legal advisories of note.
Thank you, Deb. Hello, my name is Lee Francis. Kim Sikora-Panza and I, who are assistant counsels in the General Counsel and Legal Policy Division, will now briefly discuss other recent legal advisories of note. First, Legal Advisory 13-04 covers the reporting requirements for discretionary trusts. Discretionary trusts are trusts where the trustee is given complete discretion to give named beneficiaries some benefits under the trust or to give them nothing. These trusts are in contrast with normal trusts, under which the trustee is required to provide benefits to named beneficiaries. Because of Legal Advisory 13-04, public financial disclosure filers are no longer required to report the underlying holdings of a discretionary trust, even if the filer, the filer's spouse, or the filer's dependent child received income from the trust during the reporting period. Thus, this legal advisory partially modifies Deogram 08-024, but retains the definition of discretionary trust from that Deogram. Finally, even though the underlying holdings of a discretionary trust need not be reported when income is received, the income itself must still be reported. Second, Legal Advisory 12-09 discusses the scope of an exception to 18 U.S.C. 205, which prohibits employees from representing private for the OG determined that in a narrow set of circumstances, a 208B waiver will remain valid. Specifically, where an employee receives a 208B waiver and the employee's position is transferred from one agency to another pursuant to statute, executive order, or a reorganization plan, the waiver will remain valid so long as the disqualifying financial interest and the functions of the employee's position remain substantially the same. Thus, this guidance does not apply when an employee merely changes jobs. Lastly, while the 208B waiver remains valid, OG strongly recommends that a receiving agency review the waiver post-transfer to determine whether it is still prudent. I will now turn it over to Kim to discuss a few other important recent legal advisories. Thank you.
As Lee mentioned, I'm Kim Sikora-Panza, an assistant counsel counsel in the Ethics Law and Policy Branch, and I'm going to discuss a couple more significant legal advisories that we wanted to bring to your attention. The first is Legal Advisory 14-03, which reports increased dollar thresholds for certain financial disclosure report items, as well as the non-sponsor WAG gift exception. For the financial disclosure reports, the new aggregation threshold for gifts and reimbursements from any one source is more than $375. Items worth $150 or less do not need to be counted towards that threshold. In Part B of the Standards of Conduct, OGE raised the widely attended gathering gift exception ceiling for non-sponsor gifts of free attendance to $375. The financial disclosure report increase is effective as of January 1st, 2014, so it was retroactive. And then for the WAG threshold, that increase was effective as of May 19th, 2014. Next is Legal Advisory 12-05, which discussed 2635-204G1 and provided additional guidance on what it means to otherwise present information on behalf of an agency such that the employee can accept a gift of free attendance at the conference or other event. So the legal advisory clarified that exceptions. Finally, new developments. First, the Standards of Conduct project. As I think many of y'all know, OGE has been engaged in efforts to update and modernize the Standards of Conduct. And on the agency days, we will be holding interactive sessions. Dave Apal and Seth Jaffe will be discussing changes being considered by OGE and soliciting your input. So please check the schedules. We encourage you to attend those sessions. Finally, two legal advisories are forthcoming that I wanted to bring to your attention. The first is a legal advisory regarding misuse of title and position in connection with an employee's activities with outside organizations. The second addresses financial disclosure requirements for pooled investment funds that don't qualify as EIFs, but the filer cannot acquire information regarding the underlying holdings. So stay tuned for those. Next up, we have Elizabeth Horton, who is going to tell you a little bit more about the integrity filing system.
Good morning. I'm Elizabeth D. Horton. I am an assistant counsel in the Program Counsel Division of OGE. Earlier today, in the first of many sessions, OGE introduced Integrity, its conflicts prevention instrument offered to agencies at no charge. In case you missed it, here are a few highlights about Integrity. Development of Integrity started on June 26, 2013. OGE worked closely with the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs since the early planning stages of Integrity to ensure that the application would be in full compliance with the Paperwork Reduction Act, the Privacy Act, and other OIRA and OMB guidance and policies. To that end, OIRA has approved OGE's submission under the Paperwork Reduction Act of the OGE Form 278, including the Integrity 278E filing application for a 3-year extension. Last month, OGE and representatives from several agencies began extended testing most of the key core functions for filers, reviewers, ethics officials, certifying officials, and agency system administrators. We plan to expand that testing later this month after the summit. With system development near done, OGE is starting to focus on system operation, including contracting for cloud hosting services, starting the accreditation and certification phase to ensure compliance with all applicable statutes, policies, and requirements for federal IT systems, performing an independent and comprehensive security evaluation, and conducting extensive testing and quality assurance activities. OGE invites all interested DAOs or agency representatives to contact us at integrity@oge.gov to discuss your agency transitioning to Integrity. Finally, if you want to know more about Integrity, turn to the back of your summit handbook to see the schedule for more Integrity sessions. The sessions listed here are the ones offered on the forum days, but there are many sessions also being offered at each of the invitational days. Next, Nicole Stein will discuss strategic initiatives.
Hi, I'm Nicole Stein, a program analyst in the Program Council Division. In the next few minutes, I'm going to discuss with you OG's new strategic plan, the Ethics Pledge Report, and some highlights from the annual questionnaire. So I'll start with a question. Just by raise of hand, how many of you are aware that OG released a new strategic plan this past year? Testing to see how effective our communication plan was, so seems to have worked. So in March, OG published its strategic plan for fiscal years 2014 to 2018. And like the strategic plans at each of your agencies, the plan creates a roadmap for OG to follow over the next 5 years. Essentially, it's a framework for OG to reference when planning work, setting priorities, and making resource allocations. The plan also describes how OG will measure whether it's been successful, which is an important component of any agency's performance management system. So the image on the screen captures the essence of the plan. OG has 3 strategic goals, our long-term outcomes we aspire to achieve in order to fulfill our very important mission. The 9 strategic objectives, the smaller boxes, represent OG's key functions and express the path that OG will take to achieve each of the strategic goals. The first goal is to advance a strong, uniform executive branch ethics program. This goal really captures the meat and potatoes of OG's work. Legal advisories, desk officer support, program reviews, training events such as the summit, and updates to the regulation. The second goal is to contribute to the continuity of senior leadership in the executive branch. This goal captures our financial disclosure work with nominee reviews, meetings with your agency leadership, and education programs for new ethics officials. The third goal is to promote transparency of the executive branch ethics program. This goal captures our new effort to expand our outreach efforts with the ethics community and with our other external stakeholders. And it also captures all of the information that's posted on our website, including the 278s and the 1353 reports, to make sure the public has access to that information. At the very base of the image are OG's 2 management objectives. Central to accomplishing our mission is developing a knowledgeable staff and improving the efficiency with which we work. So overall, what OG does remains fairly constant, reviewing financial disclosure forms, providing advice, supporting your professional development needs. But the theme that runs throughout the plan is a renewed focus on how we deliver those services to you and our other stakeholders. How can we deliver those services with the greatest impact? How can we leverage technology? How can we increase our collaboration and engagement with you, the ethics community? And how do we continue to adapt and innovate? So if you haven't already, I would encourage you to read the plan. I promise it's short. You can find it easily on our website. So part of our oversight responsibilities include the publication of an annual public report on the administration of the Ethics Pledge and Executive Order 13490. The report is commonly known as the Ethics Pledge Report. And for the 5th year, OG distributed a survey, collected responses from each of your agencies, compiled the information, and published a report on our website. Just wanted to quickly share a few highlights from this year's report. There were 873 full-time non-career appointees that were appointed during the period January 1 through December 31, 2013. Of those, 90%, about 791, were required to sign the Ethics Pledge, and because of your due diligence, all of them signed the pledge. The majority of those that were required to sign the pledge were Schedule C appointees. In the 0 category, none of those appointees were lobbyists during the 2 years prior to their appointment, and there were no reported violations of Paragraph 1 or Paragraph 2. 8 agencies in the White House granted a total of 14 waivers to Paragraph 2 of the Ethics Pledge, and these waivers allowed these appointees to work in matters involving their former employer or their client. And then just one last fun fact about the pledge report that I thought was interesting. Since 2009, 6,194 appointees have signed the Ethics Pledge. Another part of OG's oversight responsibilities is the collection of information annually about each of your agency's ethics programs. This data is collected through the annual questionnaire. And similar to prior years, each of your agencies submitted their report, so we have 100% compliance, so thank you. Desk officers reviewed each agency's submission to learn more about their respective agencies and to identify any glaring red flags. And while there's great value in the individual reports that are submitted, OGE also recognizes that there's even more value in the aggregate data that we collect from all of you. The data provides a big picture view of the executive branch ethics program. And for the first time this year, we'll be sharing with you a compilation of all of your responses, so you can keep an eye out for that on Max probably in the next month after maybe the summit's over. And then at 10:30 on forum day 1, I'll be doing a presentation sharing with you some highlights from that compilation along with some other trends that we found. And then just looking ahead to the 2014 questionnaire, because January is just around the corner, you can expect to see a few changes to the questionnaire. We did a top-to-bottom review to make sure that each question was asked clearly, to review its intended purpose, to make sure that we were collecting the information that we needed to. We held 2 focus groups with ethics officials to find out where there was need for clarification, and our hope is to circulate the final draft by November. So we continue to look forward to learning more about the executive branch program as a whole. So next I'll turn it over to Cheryl Kane-Piasecki, and she'll be talking about OG's education program.
Good morning, everybody. How is everyone this morning? Great, yeah. Don't curb your enthusiasm, please. My name is Cheryl Kane-Piasecki, for those of you who don't know me, and I'm a lead instructor with OG's Institute for Ethics and Government. And I want you to know that I rehearsed this speech yesterday at the pace that you do an Academy Awards acceptance speech. So that means I've got an awful lot to say, but I'm going to talk really, really quickly and hope that you can keep up with me. And I also want to let you know that if you hear my colleagues humming like a musical interlude, that probably means I've gone over my time. So just so you all know that what that's all about. In a year that saw some pretty austere budgets and I think some pretty constrained resources, we came together as a community to share resources in the area of education and professional development of ethics officials. You all were very generous with providing space resources to us, as is witnessed with the summit. And we tried to do the best we could with some limited human resources that we have to try to do the best to make the best of what was not a great budget or resource situation. And consequently, I think that we have to say that together as a community for fiscal year 2014, we had a great year. No, I would say we had a really great year. So I want to highlight for you over the next few minutes some things that we did produce for you this year in response, in many instances, in response to specific feedback that you gave us. You spoke, and we listened. You identified some immediate needs that you had in your ethics programs. One of the ones, it's kind of an immediate need and a constant need, is professional development training for your ethics officials. Given our resource constraints, we handpicked, basically through an application process, 21 of the neediest ethics officials. And by neediest, I don't mean that in a pejorative sense. I mean these were ethics officials who were most in need of the 9-week grueling introduction to our curriculum of the various ethics courses that we offer that provide a panoply of knowledge across all of the spectrum of an ethics program. We had people who were being assigned as DEOs, who were newly being assigned as alternate DEOs. Those 21 people were largely made up of folks who were going to be doing some very heavy lifting in their ethics programs. And so they desperately needed as much professional development in as short a period of time as we could provide them. And so we put those 21 people through that 9-week course, and they came out the better for it. But that was how we managed our resources, and we're still able to meet a need that you identified. Every year you have financial disclosure needs that come up in financial disclosure season. We offered 11 hands-on application-based workshops on both 450 review as well as 278 review to help meet those financial disclosure review needs that you have every year. We also brought 55 of you together. Bless you all. 55 of your colleagues came together in March for an ethics education training product development a workshop, and they came up with 16 discrete products that we then shared with you in a webinar symposium, and then we then posted on the max.gov IEG store. So they're there for you to use. You can thank your colleagues for that, but that was a beautiful example of what we can do together when we share our resources. You said you had had some long-term needs. The development of professional staff training is a long-term need as well as an immediate one. So we created the instructor development program, and many of you answered the call. And I want to do a shout out to the Department of Justice, to the Department of Homeland Security, to the Department of Interior, to the NCUA. I can't remember how to spell out what the words are to spell out NCUA. But to NCUA, there were some others as well. You sent us some stellar people to learn our curriculum so that you have in-house staff who can take our courses and train up your own ethics officials in a timely way when you need it, rather than having to rely upon OGE to create those opportunities for you when they may not be as timely. I also want to give a shout out to Paul Conrad. Paul Conrad was a graduate of the IDP program. Bless his heart, last week he delivered our new ethics official certificate program over 3 days last week for a group of 7 individuals who graduated from that program. Some were FEMA, some were DHS, and they did a reach out to some other agencies who wanted to be incorporated in that program. That's precisely what the goal of the IDP was. And Paul Conrad, you're awesome, and DHS, we can't thank you enough. The other thing that we've done is the OG's Institute for Ethics in Government on max.gov. As I mentioned, we have the store, we have a repository of training materials that you have created, and we encourage you to send them to us so we can upload them, so we can share them with the community, and also ones that OG itself has created. So we invite you to go to the store to look for any sort of training resources you might need. In addition, on our distance learning tab, that is where we retain every video, every audio file from every distance learning event that we have conducted is there. Not only do you have that as a resource for an on-demand training for your training needs for your staff, but that they contain slide decks, job aids, everything that we created, resources and reference materials that we create to support those distance learning events are there for you to access after the live event on demand. And we've gotten some great feedback from you. We get evaluations after everything that we do. And one of them was this: please continue to make the course recordings and documents available. It helps because we don't have to worry about saving everything, and we can share information with colleagues without having to reteach what we've learned. So we encourage you to use that as a resource. We know one thing that for continuous learning that you always is in demand is in-person training. We hear you, and we do try to provide as much of it as we can. So this year we gave you 7 Spring Practitioner Series workshops that we offered that were live training events. But where our greatest success has been is in the virtual world. And we have offered a monthly fundamental series, ethics fundamental series, and an advanced practitioner series. They occur on the 2nd and 3rd Thursdays of every month. And numbers just don't lie, folks. Through our monthly webinar series alone, we reached 3,214 people this year. That's an enormous number. We've reached people who have never been able to access OG's training in the past. We have a gentleman in Hawaii who tunes in to these virtual sessions. And we get a lot of feedback like this after every one of these sessions. Providing OG training over the web makes it accessible to all employees, whether they're in DC or whether they're in another state. That's the best part of these training events. So we are going to keep providing you with virtual training events. You know, for those who are not in the DC area, these web classes provide an opportunity to learn that we might not otherwise have, especially at a time when travel budgets are basically depleted. Again, this is trying to make the most of a bad situation. And we're going to expand these virtual offerings, and we've started doing this with these massive open online courses, MOOCs as they're called. And what we've basically done is we've taken some of the more complex workshops that we offer, the WAG workshop, the Outside Activities workshop, and we want to offer that content virtually to those people, again, who have not had the opportunity to experience or couldn't access OGE's live training. We've done 2 MOOCs, and we've reached 453 people. So as you can see, from the time we started using Google Plus in March of 2014, our viewership has gone up incredibly. So that in August, we were up to about 800 views on our Google Plus page. That's awesome, and that really requires your support of this type of training. And we can't thank you all enough for your feedback and for tuning in. So what about for FY 2015? As I said before, we know that you guys want live training. And we have been space constrained. And so we asked for a space to be available, made available to us. You offered, and we happily accept. So in 2015, we are bringing live training to you. Every single agency that has offered us space, we will be in touch with you after the summit to get on your calendar, to get training scheduled that will bring live instruction to your facility. And we promised you that as a thank you for offering what we need, which is a space. So on behalf of OGE and OGE's Institute for Ethics and Government, I, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all for all of the support that you've provided to this program and for giving us informative feedback that we can use to make our resources go so much further. A big, big, big thank you for a very great year. And so next, I would like to introduce Heidi Fisher, who will talk to you about OGE's communications outreach.
So I'm not sure if I'm going to keep the energy quite as high as Cheryl, but we're going to give it a try. As Cheryl said, I'm Heidi Fisher, and I work in OGE's Program Council Division as an assistant counsel. To start off, I want to ask the question, why does OGE conduct outreach? Or more important to you, why should you care about OGE's communications efforts? OGE conducts outreach to raise awareness of the systems in place, to identify and resolve conflicts of interest, with the ultimate goal to build public confidence in the integrity of government programs and operations. Not only do our communications highlight OGE's role in the executive branch ethics program, but it raises the visibility of the ethics program as a whole and your work as agency ethics officials. Our stakeholders as an executive branch ethics community include Congress, who oversees our agencies and writes the ethics laws, private sector ethics and compliance officers, as well as state and local governments with whom we can collaborate to share ideas and best practices and effective practices, international anti-corruption entities, non-government organizations such as government watchdog groups, federal employees who have to abide by the ethics rules, the media who disseminates information to the public, and ultimately the American public whom we serve. So with that background, I want to share just a few communications highlights. This past year, we have focused on sharing information with and expanding the reach of our communications to a greater number of our external stakeholders. Our main tool that we use for providing information to our stakeholders is OGE's website, og.gov. Since October 1, 2013, over 545,000 people have visited og.gov. And of that, 67% of those visitors were new visitors. So if you take the percent of new visitors in fiscal year 2014 and compare it to fiscal year 2013, you will see that the number of new visitors coming to OGE's website has increased, and it's increased by 9%. So we're meeting that goal to expand our outreach. In addition, we use social media as another tool to conduct outreach. This past year, our Twitter followers have increased by 156%, and on average, each tweet reaches about 330 people. In addition, as Cheryl mentioned, we have opened Google Plus and YouTube accounts, and this allows us to live stream training and other events. And not only are these available to you as ethics officials, as Cheryl mentioned, but they are also widely available to interested members of the public and other stakeholders. And as long as we're talking about social media, if you'll look in the corner there, I've put the Ethics Summit hashtag and would encourage you to help us with our outreach efforts and to share your thoughts and information from the summit throughout this month using that hashtag. And then lastly, this past year, OG responded to numerous press inquiries and shared content through its website and social media, which led to mentions of the Executive Branch Ethics Program and its related laws in the news. So just a few examples. We published a director's note in December in light of the holiday season, which included also a reference to our poem, which was then picked up in the Washington Post. We also published director's notes on the 2-year anniversary of the Stock Act and the annual prosecution survey that were quoted by FedWeek, focusing on the purpose of our ethics laws and why they're important. And our efforts provide reporters with access to accurate and understandable information about the ethics program and its related rules, which information, when published in a news report, reaches a much greater audience than we would be able to do alone. And in this last example, we received a call from a reporter who wanted to write a piece on launching side businesses, in which she was seeking information on the outside activity rules. As a result of this interaction, not only does the article accurately discuss the ethics rules for outside activities, but it even included a sentence encouraging federal employees to speak with their ethics officials before starting an outside business. And who of the ethics officials in this audience does not want your employees to come to you first with an ethics question instead of someone else? So, in conclusion, I again ask, why do we conduct outreach? To raise awareness among our stakeholders as an executive branch ethics community of the systems in place to detect and resolve conflicts of interest to ultimately build public confidence in the integrity of our government. And with that, I will turn the time over to Barb Mullenroth, who will talk about financial disclosure.
Good morning, everyone. As Heidi mentioned, I'm Barb Mullenroth. I am the Assistant Director for Compliance and the Chief of our Financial Disclosure Branch. OGE's Compliance Division is responsible for the oversight and monitoring of ethics programs across the executive branch. And our Compliance Division staff work in tandem with the ethics officials to build strong ethics programs through financial disclosure and program review. I'm going to spend just a couple minutes talking about financial disclosure this morning, and Doug Chapman will follow me with a discussion on the program review area. Financial disclosure is one of the keystones of the executive branch ethics program. It's our primary means for agencies and OGE to identify conflicts of interest, especially for officials in the highest positions in government, those officials with the greatest risk. Financial disclosure is an ongoing cycle for those individuals at greatest risk, and OGE and the agency review of financial disclosure reports serves as the mechanism through which we ensure that these officials remain conflict-free for the term of their public service. Now, we've mentioned the Stock Act already this morning, and the Stock Act has had some of the most far-reaching changes to the ethics program in recent years. And having been around as long as I have, I can say that with all honesty. The financial disclosure program was not left untouched by the Stock Act. And over the course of the last 2 years, we've been working to fully integrate those Stock Act changes and the new requirements into the ethics program generally. And in particular, with regard to the financial disclosure program, we've had to integrate 2 specific reporting requirements: personal mortgage reporting and periodic transaction reports. Seth has already mentioned the legal advisories that we issued in 2012 and 2013 regarding the new reporting requirements in the financial disclosure program. And as with any change of this magnitude, it takes some time to educate and institutionalize those changes. I believe that we were successful in integrating the mortgage reporting requirement in the 2013 filing season. And with the expiration of the blanket late filing fee waiver in July of 2013, I think we are now almost fully integrated with regard to periodic transaction reporting during this 2014 cycle. Proof of this is actually in the numbers. During the 2013 filing season, OGE received just over 400 periodic transaction reports. So far in 2014, and we still have a few weeks to go, we have received 628 periodic transaction reports. That represents over a 55% increase in PTRs from 2013. I know this has had a significant impact on the workload at OGE, and I also know that it has impacted your agencies as well. I think that we will continue to see growth in the number of PTRs that we all are responsible for reviewing and certifying, but it's associated with that, and are trying to develop a practical approach for meeting the compliance requirements that are established in the Ethics in Government Act. Tracking resignations and divestitures is pretty straightforward, and one of the more helpful byproducts, if you will, of the Stock Act and periodic transaction reporting is that it allows for very timely documentation of compliance with divestitures. We're currently working on finalizing a new legal advisory that will focus on recusals and screening arrangements. And in this legal advisory, we are going to be providing some clarification on what we expect regarding the various types of recusals that are included in ethics agreements. We intend to provide a little more flexibility to you in the agency in establishing and documenting appropriate screening arrangements. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about the 2014 filing cycle. In April of this year, we issued Program Advisory 1401, and we asked each agency to provide to us a look at the list that we provided to you of the records that we expected to get from you, the reports that we expected to receive from you in 2014. Those responses that you provided to us served as the baseline for our 2014 filing season. So far this year, OGE's received over 60% of the reports that we expected to receive based on the information you provided. And we're very grateful to you for working so hard to get your reports to us timely this year. We still have a little ways to go. So to ensure that we're all on the same page, we plan to issue each agency a list by the end of September, providing you with an update on which, if any, reports we still show are outstanding for this filing season. And as we close out this year, we will, for the very first time, be issuing your agency heads a status report for the reports that we've received and those that we've expected. The letter will specifically identify any outstanding reports, but I believe with your continued support that we will be able to send letters that commend your agency ethics programs for a job well done and for submitting all the reports that were required for the 2014 filing season. Now, as you know, OGE has been really focused over the last year on getting reports certified by OGE within 60 days of receipt at OGE from your agency. And so far this year, we've been able to do that with well over 90% of the reports we've received. Much of that success is a result of your commitment to promptly providing any additional information that our OGE reviewers have requested from you. So I want to thank you very much for your help in that regard. I'm going to be available from 1 to 1:30 in Balcony C today if you have any specific, more technical questions on financial disclosure or ethics agreement compliance. I want to thank you again for your support of the program, the financial disclosure program this year. And I will turn the program over now to Doug Chapman, the last individual standing between you and lunchtime, to discuss program reviews.
Yeah, I'm hungry too. I've seen a lot of familiar faces this morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name again is Doug Chapman. I'm the acting chief of the Program Review Branch within the Compliance Division. And of course, we're responsible for conducting oversight of your ethics programs. There we go. Primarily, we do this through ethics program reviews. And for those of you who have been around for a while, you're very familiar with our plenary review process. That's the review that we've always done. But what's new this year, as Walter mentioned this morning, is we have developed and launched our inspection process. Now, our plenary reviews and program inspections are both ethics program reviews. They're just two different ways of looking at your ethics program, two different ways of doing ethics program reviews. The program inspection is a streamlined version of the plenary review. So when we come out to do an inspection, we'll look at almost all the same areas that we look at when we do a plenary review. But we won't necessarily go as deep into looking at your processes and procedures. So for instance, we'll look to see that you got everybody trained. We'll look to see that you got all your financial disclosure reports filed, reviewed, and certified timely. But we may not go as far into looking at how you accomplish that. So it's a more results-oriented look at your program. However, if the results of the inspection indicate that you have problems with in your agency, you didn't get all your people trained, you didn't get all the financial disclosure reports certified timely, then we could decide to come out and do a plenary review. Because if the results are that you may have systemic problems, we want to take a deeper look. Since we've launched the inspection process in April, we've issued 6 reports, and they're available on our website. I invite you to take a look. They're published in the same place that all the other reports are, and it might be instructive for you to take a look at what they look like when they're completed. This is the report format, and you'll note that it looks very different from our plenary reports. We list the specific elements that we look at in your program, and then we indicate whether or not that element is in compliance or not. So, and then this is the complete form. You'll notice that there's space at the end, and in that space will indicate if there is a deficiency in a particular element of your program, we'll call out exactly what it was, so we don't leave you wondering what documents, to make sure that they meet all the content requirements. We have a session specifically on inspections on the 18th, and in that session we have 2 very experienced ethics officials who have been through a number of our plenary reviews and have now also gone through the inspection process. And they'll be there to provide their perspective on how inspections are similar to plenary reviews, how they're different, and what you can expect if we come out to your agency to do an inspection. Now, since the inspections are streamlined, they're going to give us the ability to go to a lot more agencies more frequently, so that's a huge advantage. Well, we consider that a huge advantage. I'm not sure how you would look at that. But for us, this is going to let us do a whole lot more and cover a whole lot more agencies more quickly than we would have just with the plenary reviews. Also today at 4 o'clock, we're doing a session on what does an ethics program review team look for. And we'll cover all the things that we look at when we come out to do an ethics program review, whether it's a plenary review or an inspection. So that's an opportunity for you to come and ask us questions about specific things. Now, we're going to repeat this session on the 18th, so I'd invite you to come to either of those sessions. Ethics program reviews are compliance-based, and what that means is the objective is to determine whether or not your ethics program is in compliance with ethics program requirements. But they're also meant to be consultative. So when we come out, that's an opportunity for you to ask us questions. And we will share model practices that we've seen at other agencies. We will identify deficiencies as we find them and give you help in how to resolve those deficiencies. A lot of times the review team can, right during the inspection or the plenary review, help you to correct whatever the problem is. Sometimes we'll put you in touch with your desk officer so that they can help you. And if necessary, we'll facilitate a discussion with our Office General Counsel. We'll do what we can to help you resolve any problems that we find. Because ultimately, the review process is designed to help. We laughed about whether or not our coming out more often is an advantage to you, but it truly is, and I want you to look at it that way. It's an opportunity to have somebody come in and look objectively at your program and give you an assessment of where you stand and what you need to do to bring anything into compliance that isn't already in compliance. Because ultimately, at the end of the process, the plenary review process, the inspection process, what we really want is for your ethics program to be as effective and efficient as it can be. And that's all I have. I'm going to introduce now our General Counsel, Dave A. Paul, and he has a few closing remarks before we all go to lunch. Thank you.
Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Dave A. Paul. I'm the new General Counsel at OGE. At my age, it's nice to be new at anything. So, that's what we've been up to at OGE for the last year-ish. We thought it was important for you to know what it is we've been doing. But it's also important to remember why we do it. Everything we do, everything you do, is done for one reason: to serve the public trust. We serve the public trust by ensuring that our employees are free from conflict so the public can have confidence in their decisions. We serve the public trust by reviewing the financial disclosure reports and resolving conflicts for our top employees before they come into the government so they can get to work serving their public trust. We serve the public trust by demonstrating that we have an active ethics program to the public so that the public can have confidence in the decisions of their government. We serve the public trust by supporting and monitoring the ethics programs so the public can know and can depend on a workforce that knows and follows the rules. That's what we've been doing. The rest of the summit is about what we will do together. Together, we will learn new skills. Together, we will share knowledge and experience. Together, we'll hear perspectives from each other and from outside the government ethics community. We conclude this session where we always begin. Public service is a public trust. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for everything you will do to serve that trust. Now, there's work to be done. Important work, exciting work. Let's get to it.
Two minutes. Indeed, Ryan. Let us get to it.
Let's get to it. Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back to the booth. We're here at the National Government Ethics Virtual Summit. I'm Patrick Shepard.
And I'm Ryan Segrist.
And I think we have a number of folks who are going to drop by the booth and say hello during this break. We'll be back with the next session at 1:30, but in the interim, we're going to talk to as many folks as we can.
That's right. We're hoping to be able to interview as many folks as we can to find out some more information about the summit, about what they've been speaking about, and also just to chat a little bit, because that's fun, right?
Excellent. Well, it looks like our conference coordinator, Wendy Pond, is here, and I will leave her in your capable hands, Mr. Segrist.
Okay.
Hey, Ryan.
Hi, Wendy. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
So, for our viewers out there, this is Wendy Pond, who is our summit coordinator. Could you tell everyone a little bit about what those duties include?
Well, it's been a lot of duties, and we've had a lot of people working on a pretty big team to make this happen. So, since we've had several days of events, what we did was we assigned different people to different days. And it's really involved a lot of logistics, working with our partner agencies who've been really generous in providing space. So NIH, obviously, that's where we're here right now, TSA, PBGC. So they've actually been doing a lot of work as well, coordinating with us. And it involves lining up speakers, creating evaluation sheets, writing up room monitors, working with the audio-video requirements, printing badges, doing registration.
That sounds like an awful lot of work.
It has been a lot of work, but you know, I follow in really good footsteps because Teresa Williamson now and Kenesha Cunningham, who have done the conferences in the previous years, have really kicked butt, and they provided a really good framework to work in.
What great. So, could you tell our listeners a little bit? How is this different from a traditional OGE conference?
Well, in the past, as a lot of our listeners probably know, we've gone to a location off-site. So the previous time we did this was in Orlando. Previous to that, we were in Chicago, and it was three and a half days of consecutive training and classes. And this year, because of, as everybody is experiencing, constrained budgets, we wanted to do something local, as would be a way to save money. And so what we've done, and this is really to fulfill our director's vision, Walt's vision, is to create a month of ethics where we've got events spread out across the month. So instead of a couple or 3 days consecutive, we have days throughout September.
And for all of you listening out there, like I said, this is verification now that we actually are going to do this for the whole month.
Yeah, it's as someone said to me several months ago, and it was a nice reminder, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So just from the back end side, I've been trying to keep that in my mind. Slow and steady wins the race.
So do you have anything that you'd like to say to our virtual listeners in particular?
Well, you know, I have gotten this one question several several times, and the people who are tuning in now may have the same question, and it's whether this content, the virtual content, the live streaming content, will be available after the live stream is through. And you guys may have already talked about this, but yes, we are archiving this content. So if people can't see it right now, or you in the field, if you're listening to it now and want to share it with your colleagues after the fact, or want to reference something after the fact, we will have it online.
That's great. We will have everything online, and also we have received a couple of questions today about people having some technical difficulty.
Okay.
And while we can't fix everything from our end,
right.
Just remember that if it's something that we can't help you fix, later on all these sessions will be available whenever you want. You can watch them in the park at midnight on your iPad if you want to.
That would be some very dedicated ethics officials.
That would indeed.
All right. Well, do you guys have somebody next, or some more questions, or what's up?
Patrick, do we have anybody next? Okay. If we could just cut to a break just real quick while our next guest comes on. Hi, and we're back. And so I'm here with L'Oreal Pankey, who is the alternate designated agency ethics official at the Federal Trade Commission.
Yes.
So welcome to the virtual summit. How you doing?
I'm doing great. This is a great start.
Wonderful. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself? How'd you end up here at the Government Ethics Summit?
Well, I've been at the Federal Trade Commission since 2005 and involved in ethics since 2008. And I always come to OGE conferences. This is the first time you guys are doing a mega conference in D.C. Spread out over several days. So I've come to the big conferences that were out of town in the past and always learned a lot. So I definitely would be here since I'm located here.
Great. So what do you think so far?
I think the energy is great. I loved in particular the demonstration of integrity, and I like that you guys are planning to show us from a reviewer's perspective what we might want to be aware of, and also from a filer's perspective, because especially on that latter point, I'm sure I'm going to have a lot of questions from a lot of senior officials, and I'd love to be able to handle it from both sides in advance.
I can definitely understand that. So the integrity content has stood out for you so far. Was there anything else that stood out so far?
Well, looking at the schedule, I'm really looking forward to the social media discussion, outside activities, and one of the best things I really think I need is to hear about the best practices that have been adopted by others. I think OGE plans to have a panel based on what they've seen globally, and I think that's one of the best things about these meetings. You get to see what other people are doing. We face the same problems. We don't always use the same solutions, and I think it's best to learn from one another like that. So
I can understand that. Sometimes it's kind of hard to to get out of the agency bubble that we all live in and really interact and interface with other people. So so it sounds to me like you very much value the chance to network and collaborate with other people at these events.
Definitely so. And if you don't schedule it, we're going to stay in our little bubbles. You have to kind of get us out, and OGE is doing a great job of that. So.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go ahead and cut to a break real quick, and we'll bring on our next guest.
Thank you.
All right, and we're
Hi,
back.
welcome back.
We're back in the
Patrick
booth.
is not my guest. He is in the booth with me.
Yes, and we're going to go ahead and take a break for lunch. We'll be back at about 1:30 because we're going to make space for the integrity demo here in the main auditorium at NIH. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, and welcome back to the National Government Ethics Virtual Summit. I'm Patrick Shepard.
And I'm Ryan Segrist.
We're very pleased to have you back after lunch. We've been enjoying some demonstrations of the integrity system during the lunch break, and we're looking forward to our afternoon sessions. What do we have coming up here, Ryan?
We have a few very interesting sessions coming up this afternoon. One of the most intractable issues that we find within the ethics community is that of the revolving door. And we're going to have a couple of speakers engage in a conversation this afternoon. Not a sort of fire-throwing debate, but a convivial conversation about some different perspectives on the revolving door.
No, absolutely, and I think it's going to be very interesting because this is an area where the answers aren't always easy. It's difficult because there are a lot of interests and equities at stake when we have a government interest in retaining and recruiting the best possible people with the best possible talents. But those people tend to work for someone, so they have previous employers, and we want federal employees who are mobile, who are going to have varied and wide-ranging careers, and that means that after they leave the government, they're going to probably go work in the private sector or in academia or somewhere else. And all of these raise revolving door issues, and they're challenging for employees, they're challenging for agencies, they're challenging for lots of folks.
And that's particularly because for some employees, depending on the rank of the employee, what they can and cannot do after they leave government can be a very complex thing to figure out.
Yeah, so this afternoon we're going to hear some interesting perspectives. Michael Smallberg from the Project on Government Oversight has done a lot of work on regulatory agencies in the revolving door.
Particularly the financial ones like the SEC.
That's right. And Professor David Zering from the Wharton School has published in this area. It takes a historical perspective, but has also looked at some data and is really focused on the quality of employees that the government can recruit and retain. So we look very much forward to those two perspectives. We're also looking forward to talking to some attendees here from the National Government Ethics Summit. We might have an ADAO from a large department-level agency. Our general counsel said he might stop by, and a few other folks might stop by. So we should have an exciting afternoon.
Are there any other sessions we should be looking forward to, Patrick?
I'm really looking forward to the Keynote with Max Stier from the Partnership for Public Service. They're a fascinating organization. They're an organization that isn't a stranger to OGE. We've found ourselves working together on issues or working on the same issues a number of times. So we look forward to hearing Max's perspective on the qualities of the federal workforce that create an efficient service, a good public service, good civil service.
Because that's the whole point of the Partnership for Public Services, is to improve the services of the federal government to U.S. citizens, to all of the stakeholders who are involved. So Max Stier is the CEO of the Partnership for Public Service, an esteemed figure in the good government crowd, has a diverse background working in the private sector, but also in all three branches of the federal government before coming to the partnership. So it will be very interesting to hear his perspective and to be able to engage with what he has to say.
Well, we have a few minutes, Ryan. Maybe it would be helpful to preview a couple of the sessions that we have coming up later in the week. We talked earlier about the introduction to the conflicts of interest, which we're going to be covering on Thursday.
That's right, Thursday from 11 to 12, and then again from 1 to 2. It's a two-session coverage.
Yeah, so that should be very good. If you're brand new to the practice and you want to get a little more information about conflicts of interest, that's going to be an excellent session for you. The following day, we're going to cover Subpart E of the Standards of Conduct. That's our impartiality reg. That's going to be same time on Friday, two sessions.
2 sessions, 11 to 12, and then with a break in between, and then from 1 to 2 Eastern Daylight Time, and we're going to be joined by our colleague Cheryl Kane-Piasecki to muddle through
the impartiality reg, which is always a complex reg, but it's good. And if you have colleagues or you are yourself new to the practice, please join us, because that's going to be a helpful introduction, and we'll also provide you some opportunity to practice. So that's going to be an exciting session at the end of the week, and that'll take us through this first week, but we'll still have a number of sessions next week and even into the following week.
That's right, and we're going to make sure that those of you who are listening and engaging with us virtually, we're going to keep you up to date all the time to make sure that you know what events are coming next. and what days and times to be there, so that you can get the most out of this virtual summit.
And I think we have a guest who is ready to join us in the booth. So we're going to cut away real quickly, and then we'll be back in the booth with our guest. And welcome back to the National Government Ethics Summit. I'm Patrick Shepard, and I'm very pleased to be joined in the booth by Marilyn Brown from the Department of Labor. Welcome, Marilyn. Hello. So you and I used to work together at OGE, yes. And now you're out in the agencies providing excellent advice and counsel and other services to your employees. How are you enjoying your time at the National Government Ethics Summit?
Actually, it's been very informative, getting to see everyone. Very informative, and I'm glad to see everyone. And,
excellent.
And actually, the information is very forthcoming without me actually having to ask the questions.
That's great. So we're anticipating your needs.
Yes.
Excellent. And do you have other colleagues who are here today?
Yes, I have Rachel Rieflin, who is here with me, and she's actually new to our agency.
Oh, excellent. So yeah, I hope you guys continue to enjoy the events here at the National Government Ethics Summit, and we'll let you get back to it. I'm sure you're looking forward to a number of good sessions this afternoon.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Marilyn.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
And we're back. I'm very pleased to introduce Heidi Fisher, a fellow colleague at the Office of Government Ethics, who is in charge of our communications outreach group. And she's going to be discussing with us some of the ways that we're trying to help to engage with stakeholders, not only within the ethics community, but all over the world. Could you tell us a little bit about that, Heidi?
Yeah, so the purpose of this conference is to be a gathering for all people interested in ethics outside of the government, within the government, because the whole idea is we're building an ethical culture within our government and we're protecting the public trust. And we want everybody's ideas. And as part of this, we're trying to include you as our virtual attendees. And we're using this live stream that you're watching now. We're also using Twitter, and we have a hashtag Ethics Summit. So if you are watching this and want to share your comments, go on there. We're also sharing content from not only the live stream events, but also our non-live stream events, just nuggets of content with lots of links to lots of other information that you can get. So we want this to be as open as possible, and we want your thoughts and views, so please share.
So are there any other audiences that we're trying to reach besides just ethics officials, virtual attendees or in-person attendees, or that? Are there any other audiences that we're trying to get to?
Oh, tons of audiences.
Like who?
So we are reaching out to private sector ethics and compliance officers. We have state and local governments that are dealing with ethics issues. You have good government groups. I mean, later today we're going to hear from someone from POGO and also from someone from the Partnership for Public Service. So these are all groups that are interested in our government and how it's running. We've got the IG community, which are ethics watchdogs within the government, federal employees that are following the rules because they're doing great on that, and then just the general public, because this is your government and we want the government to serve you.
So if I was a member of the public, where would I go to find out more information about, what's coming up next, or, how would I then turn around and engage with everything that's going on here at the summit?
So there's a few ways to do it. If you just want information, you can go to our website and look for the National Government Ethics Summit, and it's under the Education tab. So if you're just trying to get more information, and if you want information on any other topic, we have tons of stuff on our website. But if you want to engage, Twitter is a great way to do that with the Ethics Summit. You can engage on our YouTube and the Google Plus pages, and you can just share content with other people that you think would be interested. And I think that's a pretty good way. That's kind of two different ways to go about it. But
great. So what's the hashtag one more time?
Hashtag Ethics Summit. So please tweet, share your thoughts.
All right. Thank you so much, Heidi. We're going to go to a quick break here, and then we'll be back with our next guest.
Thanks.
Thank you.
When this is on, we're on. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the National Government Ethics Virtual Summit. I'm Patrick Shepard, and I'm very pleased to be joined with Michael Smallberg from the Project on Government Oversight, who'll be sharing some of his thoughts and his organization's perspectives on the revolving door in just a few minutes. Thanks very much for joining us, Michael.
Thanks for having me, Patrick.
So it's great that you could be here. Favorite things about these events is the opportunity to get a diversity of perspectives from people inside and outside the government. And I'm not sure all of our viewers are familiar with your organization. Could you say a few words about the Project on Government Oversight and its mission and the kinds of work you do?
Sure. So the Project on Government Oversight, or POGO, is a nonpartisan, nonprofit watchdog group. We've been around since 1981. And we do a combination of investigative reporting to try to expose cases of conflicts of interest, wasteful spending, abuses of authority, but we also push for reforms to address the kind of problems that our investigations expose. So one of the big issues that we've dealt with over the year is government ethics, and how does the government deal with those issues when people are going through the revolving door and might have ties to the industries that they oversee.
Excellent. Well, that's very interesting, and I think you guys play a critical role, sort of the other side of the government ethics program, where we're focused on prevention. You guys are focused on transparency and making sure citizens can effectively oversee their government. So I think it's going to be really exciting to hear your perspective in a few minutes. And I thank you very much for joining us and introducing our viewers to POGO and its mission.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, I think there's a lot that we do that overlaps with complements what OGE does and the ethics advice that it provides to government employees.
Excellent. Well, I know you have about 10 minutes before you're on, so we'll let you go get ready. But thanks for stopping by and giving people a sense of what your organization does.
Great. Thanks for having me.
And giving people a sense of what your organization does.
Great, thanks for
Integrity.gov system?
The Integrity.gov system is an electronic filing system, web-based, for filing OGE 278s and 278Ts, the periodic transaction report.
Okay, so why are we doing that? Why is that such a big deal compared to what we've been doing in the past?
Well, paper is going away because we're able to do it digitally. We're also able to do it better electronically. Courtesy of Congress in the Stock Act, one of the things they mandated was an electronic filing system, and as kind of unusual, Congress also resourced it to the tune of $5 million. We didn't get all $5 million because of sequestration and all those other bureaucratic issues, but we've got a system that's nearing completion and development. We expect it to be going live in agencies January 1 of 2015.
Oh wow! So that's really coming up quick.
It is.
So what are some other features? You mentioned, going totally paperless, making a better experience for people who have to file 278s and 278Ts. Like, what are some other benefits that Integrity.gov brings to the table?
Well, a couple of things that I think are important from a filer perspective is we're getting away from that 19-page 278 format that has lots of cells and rows and squares to check and not check, and we're putting it into the form of if-then questions, kind of a guided wizard, similar to TurboTax if you've electronically filed your income taxes, but from a filer perspective, the filer will be able to just answer questions. It'll have very brief on-screen instructions. OGE has worked very hard to reduce the amount of information that's there so as not to overload the filer. We've integrated tooltips for filers, explanatory pop-up information that's available on demand. And then when a filer completes a subsequent report, they'll be able to pre-populate their report with the information that carries forward, so they won't have to rekey that. We believe in the Ohio principle, only handle information once.
Okay.
So we try to take advantage of that. From a reviewer perspective, the reviewers are going to get the advantage of the report comparison feature, which will track changes a filer has made from year over year. In addition, one of the features that is good for reviewers, we think, is that Integrity will allow reviewers to make edits or changes to a filer's report without having to return that report to the filer.
Oh, so there's going to be a lot fewer. There's going to be a lot fewer numbers of passbacks between filers and reviewers to, oh, you forgot to check the EIF box, or you forgot to date this one particular thing.
Exactly. The ability for reviewers to edit, I think, is a huge feature going forward. Very similar to the comparison. The other thing that we've done to the benefit of both filers and reviewers is we've got an auto-suggest feature that has the S&P 500 stocks, the ticker symbols for the S&P 500 stocks. So if a filer enters the ticker symbol, the system will translate that to the name.
Oh, so like if I were to put in, F. Right, it would pick out Ford stock.
Takes two characters. You have to put in at least two characters.
Okay.
Yeah, so you might start with FO, and then you'll get Ford and all the others that begin.
Wow, that will save so
FO.
much time.
It should, but from a reviewer perspective, it also saves the fat information from the filers, and we've tried to minimize the burden on the filers. But we're also trying to serve the ethics community to give them a tool that can help them do the job better, easier, and/or faster. Okay, and we expect to get feedback from the community, and over time, I think the system will evolve and actually do some improving.
So, what are we doing to get the word out about Integrity?
Well, we're doing 14 sessions here at the Ethics Summit. Shortly, we should be doing some webinars, maybe through the IEG.
Oh yeah, we could definitely do that.
Okay.
Put together some distance learning events at the Institute for Ethics in Government and see what we can do to further educate people and get the word out about how the rollout's proceeding, how to get involved with testing and all of that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us, George. We're going to cut to a break real quick, and we will be on very shortly with a preview for our next session. So thank you so much for coming, George.
My pleasure, Ryan.
Very exciting session. We're going to be provided the opportunity to hear some perspectives on the revolving door from outside the government, and we have two speakers that will be joining us today. Professor David Zering from the Wharton School and Michael Smallberg from the Project on Government Oversight. We're going to hear from Professor Zering first. He is here from the Wharton School. Prior to that, he was at Washington and Lee University. He has published extensively on regulatory law and administrative law, particularly with respect to the revolving door. And he's going to share with us today some of his perspectives on being
door and worries so explicitly in legislation passed by both houses and signed by the president. As you know, presidents tend to issue counter-revolving door executive orders. It's often one of the first things they do when they get into office, and indeed the Obama administration is no different. It's issued its own anti-revolving door executive order. Moreover, the New York Times' Dealbook vertical, which deals with business and increasingly the relationship between government and business, has a whole category of stories that it tags with a revolving door tag. You can read it there. And sometimes I occasionally contribute to the New York Times. And indeed, I wrote something for them about the revolving door. So usually what you hear about in the revolving door is how this or that prosecutor or government official is now joining a white-collar criminal defense firm, or the kind of institutions that might have lobbied that government official while that official was in office. And in between those stories, you can read me celebrating the revolving door. Okay, so what possibly could be good about this thing that Congress, the President, and the press are particularly worried about? I might add to that our third branch of government, the courts, which have their own rules about the revolving door. Well, I don't like to single people out, but I've done it. Those are two eminent lawyers, and they were both white-collar criminal defense prosecutors. Catherine Rumler was until recently, the White House counsel. It's a job she took after rising through the ranks of the Obama administration, before which she worked for a law firm, and before that, she was a prosecutor. And Ms. Rumler, I would contend, had the good fortune to be involved in the Enron prosecution, which, as many of you may remember, shut down an accounting firm and put a bunch of executives of what used to be a Fortune 10 company in jail. So what should we make about the fact that Catherine Rumler's career may have gotten a real boost from the fact that 15 years ago or 14 years ago, she was put on the Enron task force and performed, by all accounts, superbly in that role? Well, one thing I think it tells you is that it's possible that the existence of the revolving door may encourage talented people to go work for the government. And then secondly, and this is why I turned to David Anders, who about the same time that Ms. Rumler was prosecuting Enron, was prosecuting WorldCom, another dot-com collapse and a bust that resulted with a lot of executives going to prison. And shortly after Mr. Anders won those convictions, those high-profile convictions, he moved to what I think is the best-paying law firm in the country, where he remains today, counseling private sector clients on what to do about criminal investigations by the United States government. And I guess what I wonder when I think about these two examples, anecdotal though they may be, is the fact that they went into the private sector, and the fact that the private sector existed for these two prosecutors, is that something that encouraged them to go easy on regulated industry? Or is it something that encouraged them to take a hard line against regulated industry? Indeed, I think it may be possible that these two individuals made their names with the high-profile, successful prosecutions of corporate wrongdoing. Okay, so enough singling out of people, except for George Washington. So those comes in the stuff that you don't need to hear from me about. The fact that there are some rules that are meant to deal with the harshest and strictest depredations of the revolving door. Law enforcement officials can't go work on a Tuesday for the firm they were prosecuting on Monday. They can't indeed handle they can't be involved in any activities related to any investigations they were doing while they were in the government. Cooling off periods impose some distance between their government service and their time in the private sector. And all of these mitigate some of the most venal things that you worry about, where some government official is essentially paid a bribe to lay off. I don't think we see that with federal government officials at all, and I certainly think that the rules we have in place to minimize the depredations of the revolving door help to contribute to those rules, to that fact. But I think there's even more you can say about the revolving door. Reasons why we shouldn't worry so much about the revolving door, and reasons why maybe the revolving door might have some advantages as well as reasons not to be so upset about this thing that government officials and the press and individuals interested in lobbying government are often claim to be very worried about indeed. Okay, so what are the reasons why maybe we shouldn't worry so much about the revolving door? Well, one reason is because most government and federal officials stay, of course, in the federal government. While there is rotation through the top positions and certainly through the politically appointed positions in any government agency, as well as in the White House and the Department of Justice, in most cases, a government job is thought of as a job to make a career out of. And that applies to federal prosecutors in the main. That applies to Securities and Exchange Enforcement officials in the main. That applies to many of the people who we suspect might be most likely to go through the revolving door. And what we actually see is that most government officials spend most of their careers in the federal government. And often government officials who go join the federal government may come from the private sector, but they don't leave to go back to it. So the revolving door is a problem for some federal officials, if it's a problem at all, but not for most. And secondly, one of the reasons I don't worry so much about the revolving door is because, and maybe I should characterize this as a reason why we might like the revolving door, is because, as I suggested with the two prosecutors I talked about anecdotally in the prior slide, there are reasons to believe that government officials may maximize their attractiveness to the private sector. If you look at the world as cynically as you like, the way that Wharton professors love to do, the profit motive, where does the profit motive lie in government service? Does it lie in regulating lightly? Well, then you might think the private sector would be happy to keep you in your government job. Or does it lie in regulating intensely? When the private sector may want to get you out and get you in a position where you can counsel government officials who will trust you when you talk to them about what it is your client did or did not do. I posit to you that there's nothing in this life that is easy, clear, or clean, but there are many reasons to think, even if you take the most cynical view about what the incentives of the revolving door pose for federal officials, that those incentives don't pose too much of a threat. And indeed, that if anything, they work in favor of government enforcement and rigorous enforcement, and not against it. But there are other reasons why we might think that a government that embraces the revolving door is one that is attractive. And one of those reasons turns in the case about the revolving door a little bit on its head. So some people think, well, what about all this talent that leaves the government and goes to private sector for a paycheck? What should we make of the fact that people take their skills and walk away from the government for that reason? Well, of course, that may have the initial benefit of maximizing the talent available to government recruiters. And so there may be reasons to not worry so much about the prospect that people will join the government, do their time, and leave with their skills maximized and their ability to earn more money also maximized. So in short, the possibility of exit from government service may increase the market of talent for government service. But secondly, the fact that those officials leave and join law firms and join regulated industry, well, some people think that, appear to worry that that's a way of encouraging sort of complicity between regulated industry, or those that are enforced on, and those that are doing the enforcing. But I'm not sure that that's even true. What about this story? A story whereby the revolving door is something that salts compliance officers in the private sector, people who are used to enforcing federal rules, who expect those rules to be honored, and who, when they get to the private sector, are charged with the implementing and the assurance that those federal rules are being observed. In this sense, the revolving door takes law enforcement officials and, in some ways, maximizes their impact by giving them some exposure to the government way of doing things and the importance of legal compliance, and taking that stuff and putting it throughout regulated industry, which is increasingly, or not increasingly, but which then will be staffed by a bunch of officers who will draw on their federal experience when trying to decide what to do with this or that compliance question. I think there's more you can say about the revolving door than that. This brings me to this statue of George Washington, which says on it that it's sort of it was given, or it was drawn up to be given by the soldiers of the, or by the members of the Society of Cincinnatus, which was after the Revolutionary War, a bunch of soldiers who had served in the army and then put down their swords and taken up their plowshares. And George Washington was often compared to Cincinnatus, who was the famous Roman general who, much like the movie Gladiator, if you saw that, loved being on his farm. But when Rome was in peril, would leave his farm for the good of his country, defend it, and then when the peril was over, return to his farm again. So Cincinnatus did this a couple of times. He's an interesting figure of Roman history. And George Washington was often compared to him as somebody who would rather be at Mount Vernon, but felt that his duty was to serve when needed and then to return to the farm when he could. So anybody who's heard talk about the values of a part-time legislature or citizen participation in government, those people, I think, should be willing to entertain the idea that the revolving door has some advantages. Advantages that a world in which civil service officials didn't rotate from their positions in the government ever to the private sector or anything else might not enjoy. So consider the bureaucracies of continental Europe, where bureaucratic jobs are jobs for life and your entire career, and you don't spend time in the private sector. Well, it's possible that the revolving door encourages a closer relationship between those that are governed by regulators and those that are doing the regulating. And that has some advantages, and indeed the United States has traditionally believed that that has some advantages. The citizen soldier, or citizen government officer. That, I think, is an advantage of the revolving door, which shouldn't be overlooked when we're trying to decide what to make of it. Finally, it's worth noting that the revolving door has one other thing to recommend to it. And I think this is a legal issue, though a broad legal issue. What you're getting here is the sort of big academic picture from an ivory tower, and not details about the Ethics in Government Act, which I'm sure you need no updating on. But it's worth noting when congressmen and executive officials decry the revolving door or campaign on it when they're campaigning for office and how they're going to try to do away with it, that their constitutional and our country's general commitment to free labor protections against forcing people to remain in jobs they don't want to remain in. The revolving door, the availability of the revolving door in this way is not so different from the way that courts frown on non-compete clauses of lengthy durations. And indeed, some states, as you know, like California, home to Silicon Valley, does not permit non-compete clauses to exist at all. Well, forcing government officials to remain in government service through the duration of their careers is essentially a super non-compete clause. And that's something which the American legal system has always approached with some trepidation. Trepidation which is made all the more constitutionally important by the existence of the 13th Amendment and the commitment to free labor contained therein. Okay, so that's basically my case. I'll finish with a little bit of a because we like to look at data, and this is modest data, I assure you. I then took a look at the U.S. Attorney's Office in which David Anders served, the class of 2001, and went to see what happened to those elite prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, which is where Mr. Anders was doing his job. So these are the prosecutors who are very likely to go on to the private sector, and indeed most of the class of 2001, the people in office in the Southern District then, are today out of the government. Some are in the government in quite exalted positions, including, he's just left the government, but Robert Khuzami, the Director of Enforcement at the SEC. And some are judges. But most are now in the private sector, mostly for white-collar criminal defense firms, though some have joined regulated industry itself, like General Electric and certain financial institutions in New York. Nonetheless, despite on race, Caucasians were the most likely to go through the door, as opposed to other members of the Southern District. So we don't know exactly what's going on, but we do know that maybe when deciding who the revolving door revolves for, the question is not what kind of performance are you putting in up in office, are you going easy on regulated industry, but rather other factors related to your lifestyle, personal interests, and the kind of career you want to have.
I'm sure everyone else is the question and answer session. I'd like to... There we go. Now the mic's on. I'm very much looking forward to the question and answer at the end here. But before we get there, I'd like to introduce Michael Smallberg from the Project on Government Oversight. Mr. Smallberg has served there since 2006. He has worked on a number of issues, including the revolving door, contractor conflicts of interest, and transparency. He's contributed to a number of reports, blog posts, testimony, and other communications on POGO's behalf. And I'm very much looking forward to his presentation on the revolving door. Thank you.
Well, thank you to the Office of Government Ethics for inviting me to speak today, and thank you all for your interest in this issue, and for all the work that you do in day out to prevent conflicts of interest and to protect the integrity of our federal government. Oops, can you hear me? Great. Is this working here, by the way? Well, anyways, my name is Michael Smallberg, and I work as an investigator at the Project on Government Oversight, or POGO, a nonpartisan, nonprofit watchdog group that does investigative reporting and champions good government reforms. POGO's been around for more than 3 decades, and one of the most pervasive problems that we've encountered over the years across administrations and party lines is this revolving door between the federal government and big businesses. You know, one of the nice things about Professor Zering's paper is that it makes clear the revolving door is not a simple black and white good and evil issue. When you hear some people talk about the revolving door, it almost sounds as if industry groups have deployed, pod people or evil henchmen to infiltrate the government and do industry's bidding before returning to work for their corporate overlords. But, I think the reality is much more complicated and interesting than that, and is deserving of rigorous study. And I just want to state from the outset, POGO is not against the revolving door. We don't think industry experience should disqualify someone from government service, and we don't think that a government employee should be barred from moving to the business world. Now, with that disclaimer out of the way, I do want to walk through some examples where we think the revolving door can be and has been a problem that will hopefully give you some sense of the kinds of scenarios we have in mind when we talk about these issues. And I'd also like to discuss some steps that agencies have taken, not to ban the revolving door, of course, but to keep better track of employees who go back and forth between government and industry. And I'll end by offering just a few recommendations that we think could mitigate the most harmful effects of the revolving door. And if anyone can help me get the slides up here, I'd appreciate that. So David's study looked at a subset of attorneys from the Department of Justice, as he mentioned, but of course that isn't or can we get the other presentation on there? Okay, great. Of course, that isn't the only place where we find the revolving door spinning. We often find it spinning when the... No, that's the other one. When the government, we often find it spinning when the government awards contracts to big businesses. Professor Zering study notes that, for example, it may be the case that Pentagon procurement officers can glide into the private sector selling weapons to the Pentagon. And indeed, we found that is often the case. In 2004, we looked at the top 20 federal contractors, which received more than 40% of contracts awarded that year. And by looking at corporate press releases and other filings, we identified nearly 300 instances involving 224 high-ranking government officials who shifted into the private sector to serve as lobbyists, board members, or executives of contractors. Similarly, the GAO found that in 2006, 52 contractors employed nearly 2,500 former Department of Defense senior acquisition officials, others who had served in positions that made them subject to restrictions on their post-government employment. And most of these officials were employed by just 7 contractors, Lockheed Martin and others that receive a lot of government contracting dollars. And so the GAO found that these contractors may employ a lot of government, former DoD officials on assignments related to their former government work, which indicates why there's so much of a concern about this issue. We've also seen the revolving door spin when the government regulates the nuclear industry. Just a few months ago, Pogo urged President Obama to seek the resignation of William Magwood, a commissioner at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Commissioner Magwood announced this March that he's leaving the NRC to become the Director General of an organization that promotes nuclear energy. And so, as we said in our letter, Commissioner Magwood is now essentially serving 2 masters, those who seek to regulate nuclear energy and those who seek to promote it. And this situation creates a conflict of interest for him that threatens the safety and nuclear energy in the United States. And of course, it's hard not to see the revolving door spin in the government's oversight of Wall Street, which is my personal area of focus at Pogo. We've issued a couple of reports on the revolving door at the Securities and Exchange Commission. And what we found is that this revolving door, in many cases, blurs the line between the SEC and the interests that it regulates. We found that some SEC alumni have helped corporations try to influence SEC rulemaking. So, for example, when the previous agency chairman tried in 2012 to tighten the rules for money market funds, an issue which she said kept her up at night, she encountered powerful resistance, in part because the industry had deployed scores of former SEC personnel to lobby against this proposal. And one of the current SEC commissioners who voted against it used to be an executive at a money management firm. Other alumni have helped corporations soften the blow of SEC enforcement actions. So, for example, in 2011, when the SEC charged JP Morgan with a mass continue offering key services to mutual funds. And in fact, JP Morgan had obtained similar waivers over the years when the SEC charged it with misconduct related to transactions with Enron, research analyst conflicts of interest, and other issues. And in that case, the bank's request for a waiver was signed by attorneys who used to work at the SEC, used to work for an SEC commissioner, and some who used to work in the very division that was granting this waiver. Of course, other SEC alumni tried to help counter the agency's charges of wrongdoing, block shareholder proposals, and win exemptions from federal law. Now, of course, the SEC isn't the only often proposed rules on derivatives, delayed their implementation, or simply throw the proposals out altogether. Now, I could go on about the revolving door between Washington and Wall Street, but let me pause for a moment and just step back because, I was asked to speak today not only about the revolving door, but also about regulatory captures. So let me just say a few words about capture, if I can get this to work. Oops. Okay. So, there's been, of course, a great body of literature on this issue over the years, but I just wanted to throw up one succinct definition of regulatory capture that can be found in a recent volume, which describes it as the result or process by which regulation in law or application is consistently or repeatedly directed away from the public interest and toward the interests of the regulated industry by the intent and action of the industry itself. Now, in order to prove capture, these authors claim, an argument ought to provide a defensible model of what the public interest is, show that there's been a policy shift away from that interest towards the interests of an industry, and also to show that this occurred to some degree because of direct, deliberate actions taken by the industry itself. Now, this, Professor James Kwok, suggests that the traditional capture theory may not be enough to help us understand the dynamics that are at play with the revolving door, at least in the world of financial regulation. So he describes a related but sort of different model that we at POGO have found useful when thinking about this issue, which is cultural capture, through which a regulated industry can shape the outcomes through influences other than material incentives or even rational debate. Now, of course, this kind of capture is even harder to test empirically, but as Professor Kwok states, quote, "If the only problem we guard against is material self-interest, we will have a regulatory process that's protected from bribery, but not from the other influences wielded by motivated interest groups." And one of the ways cultural capture can work, according to Professor Kwok, is that regulators are more likely to adopt positions advanced by people who they perceive as being in their in-group. So he says the normalcy of moving from an administrative agency to the financial sector and the sheer number of people making that transition imply that regulators and the representatives of financial institutions are really the same people, only at different points in their careers. And as regulators are looking at an issue and they see someone from their in-group, he says, this may affect the degree to which they'll trust information or opinions provided by the financial sector. He also wrote that financial regulators are more likely to share social networks with financial institutions and their lawyers and lobbyists than with competing interest groups such as consumers. So in this sense, he argues the revolving door can actually have an influence on people even if they personally may be impervious to its attractions. So this is the kind of capture that we worry can be exacerbated by the revolving door. But this isn't the only potential consequence. In 2004, we wrote that the revolving door actually can lead to 6 critical problems. And a decade later, I think these hold up pretty well. One is that it does provide a vehicle for public servants to use their public office for personal or private gain. Even if a former official does not personally lobby the government for as long as sees of their top talent, which is hard not to be reminded of this week when the Department of Justice lost its top criminal fraud investigator to the revolving door, as he's returning to his former firm amid ongoing investigations that he was working on into LIBOR and other high-profile cases. Now, Professor Zering's paper makes an important point, which is that the revolving door is not available to everyone, and the vast majority of civil servants do not pass through it. But as I'll explain in a moment, it's not always obvious who's even going through that revolving door to begin with, which is one problem that we've looked at. So a second issue is that it does create at least an opportunity for government officials to be lenient toward or favor prospective employers or even the industry as a whole. Now, as we've heard in the last presentation, there are certainly contexts, such as enforcement cases, where it may be the case that the revolving door actually incentivizes regulators to take aggressive actions against prospective future employers or clients. In one of our reports on the SEC, we looked at a different study which suggested a similar dynamic at play among a subset of enforcement attorneys at the SEC who had left the agency to join elite law firms. If anything, the authors of that study wrote, quote, "Future job prospects make SEC lawyers increase their enforcement efforts while they're at the SEC. And therefore, they conclude these findings should essentially mollify concerns about the revolving door." But we found that this study actually did not address a whole range of concerns. For example, it didn't look at one of the SEC's basic functions, which is writing rules. It only looked at the enforcement of those rules that are already on the books. So it's hard to know in some cases, did the revolving door contribute to the stalemate on money market funds? Has it influenced the SEC's long-running efforts to write those Dodd-Frank rules? Has it affected the agency's rulemaking or lack thereof in response to problems with high-frequency trading that have come up in recent years? And those regulations are particularly a concern because, as we noted in one of our reports, the ethics rules surrounding the revolving door and regulations are more lenient. The rules state, as I'm sure many of you know, that new agency employees may not be able to work on particular matters involving specific parties, such as contracts, grants, licenses, if they're likely to affect a former employer or client, but the definition of a particular matter or involving specific parties does not cover rulemaking, legislation, or policymaking of general applicability. The study also didn't look at whether the revolving door influenced the way officials think about those waivers, for example, the type of waivers that actually take a lot of the sting out of enforcement actions that the SEC brings. Now, it would be difficult to address these questions in a purely empirical analysis, which is why we hope that we can complement the kind of study that Professor Zering does by bringing in some of these anecdotes. But if the revolving door does influence the SEC's work, we don't think it would only be limited to enforcement cases that the agency brings. But even if we're looking at those enforcement cases, that raises another question. Do we always know when an agency or employee is being tough or lenient on a prospective employer? In a widely noted retirement speech this spring, an outgoing enforcement attorney at the SEC said that he, quote, had bosses and bosses of my bosses, whose names we all know, who made little secret that they were here to punch their ticket. They mouthed serious regard for the mission of the commission, but their actions were tentative and fearful in many instances. You can get back to Wall Street, he said, by acting tough, by using the SEC publicity apparatus to promote yourself as tough, and maybe even on a few occasions being tough if you pick your targets carefully. But he said the agency, polices the broken windows on the street levels and rarely goes to the penthouse floors. And on rare occasions when they do, he says good manners are paramount. Tough enforcement, risky enforcement, is subject to extensive negotiation and weakening. And for the powerful, he said, we are at most a toll booth on the Bankster Turnpike. So again, this just raises a question, do we always know when we're looking at the actions that an agency brings, is that evidence of a strong enforcement action, or are there still limits to what the agency is doing? Are there areas where they could be going even farther? And I should say that this study also didn't tell us how the revolving door might influence current employees who used to work in the industry, which brings me to the third big problem, which is that the revolving door can create that opportunity to be lenient towards an industry where an employee used to work. A lot of our discussion today has focused on that revolving door from government to industry, but there's a whole other side to it that's a huge concern for us as well. Even if someone has just gone from the private sector into a government position, that can absolutely be a case where the revolving door can come into play. We actually found that this aspect is written into some corporate pay plans. We found that many large companies offer deals to their employees in their executive pay plans that make it financially advantageous to take government jobs. For example, executives at JP Morgan can receive a reward from their long-term pay plan if they run a, quote, bona fide full-time campaign, although their name must be on the primary or final public ballot for the election in order to qualify. Now, David, in his remarks, mentioned Robert Khuzami, who at the time he did his study was the head of the SEC's enforcement division and has since gone out the other side of the revolving door. But before he joined the SEC, he was general counsel of the Americas for Deutsche Bank, one of the major firms under the SEC's purview. Now, interestingly, while he was in office, Khuzami defended the agency against the revolving door critics. But Khuzami was in many ways himself the embodiment of this revolving door. He was formerly, as I said, a top lawyer at one of the largest firms regulated by the SEC. And while he was there, the firm was heavily involved in selling a type of mortgage-related product that played a central role in the 2008 financial crisis, as detailed extensively in a 2011 report by the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations. When he joined the SEC, Khuzami recused himself from handling agency business that could affect Deutsche, but the presence of a former bank lawyer atop the agency's enforcement division did lead some critics to ponder whether his employment history would color the SEC's approach to Deutsche Bank, to these types of cases, or to firms that were involved in the financial crisis more broadly. So, as government ethics officials, I know that you often make a tremendous and often thankless effort to bring these people into government and to manage their conflicts of interest in a way that allows you to tap their expertise. But it seems to us that in many cases you're left with a difficult decision. If you give an employee too much leeway to handle a business affecting a former employer, how can the public be fully assured that the employee is acting with independence and objectivity? On the other hand, if you force the employee to sit on the sidelines too much, it can significantly reduce their effectiveness as a public servant. And this isn't just a hypothetical concern. In many recent high-profile enforcement cases against JP Morgan and other big banks, the head of the SEC and other senior officials have had to recuse themselves because they used to represent the bank. During one recent 2-year period, a commissioner didn't vote in 59 of the agency's 118 closed-door meetings, often because of conflict of interest recusals, according to the Wall Street Journal. So the bottom line is, whether we're talking about treatment of future or past employers, we worry that this revolving door can influence people throughout the agency to take an approach towards industry that benefits some of the most powerful companies that hire SEC alumni. And at the end of the day, we just think there's a lot that we don't know about how that process works out. So for us, a lot of those concerns are still relevant. Of course, a fourth issue is that the revolving door can provide regulated companies with an unfair advantage over their competitors, whether we're talking about contractors that are obtaining taxpayer dollars or large banks that are able to obtain favorable regulatory treatment. A fifth problem is that this revolving door has led to a highly complex framework of ethics and conflict of interest regulations. And along those lines, one of the big problems we've seen is that the ethics system often relies on employees themselves to understand their own potential conflicts of interest. Just this month, the Department of Defense Inspector General released a report finding ethics violations by a former director of DARPA that was prompted in part by POGO, a letter that we sent in 2011, after reports showed that this official had financial and familial ties to a contractor. And indeed, the IG found that this official did violate an ethics prohibition by using her government service for the stated or implied endorsement of a product that the company she founded had introduced. But the IG said they also determined that this official couldn't rely on the advice that she received from an ethics official because she didn't fully disclose all of the relevant circumstances surrounding this issue. In another case several years ago, the SEC Inspector General found that a former agency enforcement attorney who worked closely on a probe of significant resources. So one slide I just wanted to look at real quick here shows that there are very few criminal. Oops, there we go. So what this slide shows here is the criminal enforcement of referrals for violations under a lot of the government ethics laws, and over the past 20 years. And what the two top lines show is that in the vast majority of these cases, the Department of Justice actually declines to prosecute agency referrals. So not surprisingly, what we see is the line down at the bottom, which shows that over the years, there have been relatively few convictions in any given year. And again, the question is, how many violations are not being prosecuted because we just simply don't know, and we're relying too much on employees to self-report. And finally, I just wanted to say the revolving door can create an appearance of impropriety, which can exacerbate public distrust in government. As poll after poll has shown, that level of trust is abysmally low. And part of the reason I would submit is that there is this perception that the integrity of government decision-making has been undermined by the influence of industry special interests, and the revolving door can definitely feed into that perception. In a 2007 letter to agency employees, the SEC wrote that where ethics are involved, appearances do matter. Think of how it would look for a division director to leave office on Friday and contact his or her former staff on Monday on behalf of a private client, the division wrote. And again, this is an area where we worry that the government often relies on employees to sort out those ethical issues. Because the vast majority of employees don't go through the revolving door, as Professor Zaring points out, we worry that when that does happen, it can demoralize other employees when they see their supervisors and coworkers take advantage of the revolving door. Again, I do want to reiterate, we don't think the revolving door is always a problem, and the government has many good reasons to leverage the expertise of employees with industry experience. But we do, to the extent it is a problem, there is a question, well, what do we do about it? And we do think there are some modest steps that could be taken to limit the most harmful effects of the revolving door. One basic problem is we don't always know who's going through that revolving door to begin with. In at least one case, Congress required a federal agency to do a better job of tracking this issue. In the 2008 National Defense Authorization Act, Congress required certain former outgoing Department of Defense officials to request an ethics opinion from a DoD ethics counselor before starting employment with a contractor there. So this is an example of one of those requests that was obtained by an outside group through the Freedom of Information Act. And the law also required DoD to retain in a central database all of the requests that were provided and the opinions provided pursuant to this section in the law. So as I said, this had to be obtained by an outside group through FOIA, but there is a database that DoD has been maintaining to look at these issues. And we think this is the kind of resource that, in theory, could help the government do a better job of tracking the revolving door. And in some cases, agencies have actually taken their own initiative to adopt disclosure requirements for employees. There's a rule that says that if a former SEC employee is disqualified, that disqualification would also apply to their new private sector colleagues. But here again, the SEC can issue a waiver that would allow the colleagues to work on that issue as long as they show that they've firewalled off the employee with a disqualification. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission has implemented a similar requirement, again, where within 2 years of leaving, former employees have to notify the agency if they expect to represent employers or clients on enforcement actions or other agency proceedings. And so this is an example of a statement, again, that we've used the Freedom of Information Act to obtain. And the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, has also implemented its own rule for employees to request clearance before participating in agency business. And often what they have to do is try to disclose if they came across any non-public information that would provide a current advantage. And a lot of times what we see in these statements is that the employees are grappling to try to understand whether they worked on issues in the past that would create any sort of conflicts now as they transition through the revolving door. And that's one thing we see when we obtain the database was actually really only of marginal value for the management of these opinions, and that DoD may not have fully complied with the Congress's intent when they set up this requirement. But there's also a way that we think these programs could be strengthened through transparency, through just putting more of these records in the public domain. To show who's going through the revolving door and what steps agencies are taking to prevent conflicts of interest. We find over and over again that concerns about the revolving door are only worsened by a tendency towards secrecy on the part of government agencies. We've often tried to use FOIA to obtain government ethics records, but in one case recently when we tried to get the ethics records for an SEC commissioner, we were told that we couldn't see over 1,500 pages, which suggests that it's taking a lot of work to sort out his potential conflicts of interest, even though those records are not being put into the public domain. There have been other cases where even other government officials are not aware of the ethics advice. In one case related to the Madoff Ponzi scheme, an SEC commissioner said that he was incredibly surprised and disappointed that he was not made aware of an ethics decision allowing the agency's then general counsel to participate in a matter relating to the Madoff case. Even when inspectors general look at some of these ethics issues, sometimes their reports are kept behind closed doors, so we have to go through a process to obtain that, to see when there are concerns about conflicts of interest. So, we support some of these models that have been introduced recently. As with the White House ethics pledge, the White House has been posting waivers that it's issued to people who have come into government and have gotten a waiver from that pledge. So these are now available online as a public resource. Of course, the Office of Government Ethics has been posting waivers granted by agency ethics officials that can be downloaded by anyone in the public. And we tried to create our own revolving door database based on the documents we obtained from the SEC. We filed a FOIA request for all the SEC statements filed over a 10-year period and found that more than 400 SEC alumni had filed nearly 2,000 of these disclosures with the agency. One former official filed 46 of them. More than 20 alumni filed their first statement within 1 week of leaving the agency. So, for example, this database can let you sort to see who from the SEC went to work in-house at Wells Fargo. And we can also sort through and see which firms have recruited the most SEC alumni and are interacting the most with the agency, seeking to influence agency actions. So this is the kind of information that we can obtain through better tracking and transparency surrounding the revolving door. And we think it can also allow Professor Zering and other academics to conduct further analysis to see if these firms or their clients have been able to exert undue influence on the agency. And I would just close by saying reasonable people can disagree about the revolving door and its effects, but I think the dialogue can only be improved by increased disclosure and public understanding of the government ethics process. So I just want to acknowledge again the important work that you all do to root out the worst kinds of conflicts of interest in the government. And I would consider some of you to urge to consider taking additional steps within your authority to restore the public's confidence in government by providing us more information about who goes through the revolving door. And so with that, thank you again for having me speak today, and we would love to hear from you if there are other issues that you're encountering as you handle these revolving door cases. We greatly appreciate your input as well. So thank you again.
Thank you both to both of our speakers, and we do have a few minutes for questions. I would ask that if you have any questions, please approach the microphones in the aisles for the benefit of our hundreds of virtual viewers. We've been running about 200 connections for the majority of the morning, so many of your colleagues are joining us remotely. So I'm sure you have a lot of interesting questions. I think it's always
talked a lot about regulation inside and out of the Justice Department and the SEC. Would you address the revolving door as it relates to more general lobbyists on influencing rulemaking or influencing legislation more than it does necessarily any, the investigations or those types of things?
Yeah, I would say from my perspective, that's an area of significant concern because, of course, in enforcement cases, you may be looking at a government action against one particular firm, whereas with regulations, you may be talking about policies that can affect companies throughout the industry. And again, I know it's an issue that's really hard to study to understand why an agency ended up issuing a regulation in a particular way, but we do see that in the implementation of Dodd-Frank, for example, there have been scores of former regulators who became registered lobbyists, others who didn't become lobbyists and are sometimes harder to track, but are also playing a huge role in trying to influence those regulations. I will acknowledge that a lot of the financial regulatory agencies, to their credit, have started posting online more of their meeting records when they meet with outside groups, which again we think is a helpful way to provide more transparency. So we can see how often people are going through the revolving door and sometimes becoming lobbyists to influence the process.
So the focus of my study was on lawyers and enforcement officials, and especially sort of financial or white-collar crime enforcement officials. But I think some of the similar incentives apply, maybe not directly to people working on the budget committee of the House or the Senate, but to agencies that aren't necessarily doing enforcement, but looking at compliance with regulatory programs or even about getting grants or vice versa. Because the question then becomes, why are these people leaving the government and going into the private sector? Are they being hired for their access? And you do worry that in some cases that is a possibility. Or are they being hired for their expertise? And I just would put it to you all that it could be that in many cases what is getting hired is expertise and understanding of how to do or make sense of a complicated government program. And sometimes you can do that with from the outside and make sense of it, but sometimes you need people who have been working with that program. And if indeed people are leaving the public sector to go into the private sector to offer their expertise, well then I think you have this added benefit of the salting of the private sector with compliance. So I think that's something you get when you're not looking at these sort of law enforcement adversarial contexts. Though I agree that the situations do look a little different. And if you worry about the revolving door for those kinds of things, what sometimes I worry about, and Michael may disagree with me, is that there may be an incentive for government officials to create tough, complicated regulatory regimes that require the kind of expertise that only a former government official can give you.
Scores of people who have never served in government who are able to obtain that same level of expertise. And we just worry that about the other cases where it does bleed a little bit more into companies hiring people not for their expertise, but because they know that they're going to be able to set up a meeting with them at the agency, help make the introduction, help them frame the issues in a way that they can be the most effective in trying to lobby on these issues. Or, unfortunately, in some cases, maybe helping them comply with the letter of the law, but really sort of circumvent the spirit of these regulations. So those are other concerns that we have in thinking about the rulemaking context.
I think many of us very often find ourselves advising clients, you can take the job, but you can't do certain things. Usually that's going to be represent the new team, based, of course, on the particular facts. So my question to you, with that premise in mind, it's not very often whether you can go across the door, it's what you can do on the other side. I'm going to ask each of you to try to sharpen, the opinion a little bit. Do the laws on the books get it right from each of your perspectives? Are they too narrow or too broad?
Yeah, from our perspective, we have called, for example, for some modest increases to the cooling off periods. And I realize these are matters that Congress would have to address, that this isn't within a lot of your discretion as agency officials. But we do think that there could be some more modest cooling off periods for people who enter or leave the agencies to mitigate some of the worst incentives for people to take advantage of the revolving door. But another issue, for example, is that a lot of those laws might restrict someone from personally appearing before the agency on matters, but it's much harder in some cases to prevent people from going to work right away behind the scenes for a company that they previously regulated or oversaw. And Congress has introduced some measures over the years to try to get at that issue. But there's a lot of pushback because people will say that if you want to bring in talented industry professionals, you're going to have to let them go right back away to work in that same industry. And again, we're not trying to say that people have to work in government service for the rest of their life or that they need to leave and can only become professional sports players. I mean, it's understandable they're going to stay in that same area or field. But we do think some extension of those cooling off periods, along with the other measures we've discussed, transparency, disclosure, can help address some of the worst effects of the revolving door.
So in bringing me here, you definitely brought somebody who's deeply in the ivory tower. It's been a while since I've been in practice, and I didn't do ethics practice when I was at DOJ or doing anything for HUD or whatever. Do I have a problem with cooling off periods? No, I do not, provided they are not infinitely long. I think we should think of them the way we think a little bit of non-compete clauses in gardening leave, which means that the right standard is the cooling off period a reasonable length of time. And if it's not reasonable, given our commitment to labor market mobility, then that's where I think we should start to worry. Sometimes I think the never work on an enforcement action that you worked on while you were in the government, I mean, usually that makes sense. But I can imagine some government agencies where enforcement actions take years and sometimes even decades to resolve. Complicated CERCLA issues or multi-year antitrust investigations. Sometimes I think, does it really make sense to impose those kinds of long-term restrictions? And then finally, I mean, when I talk to lawyers who have gone through the revolving door, and I generally talk to lawyers, some of the I can't be in the same room as those people who are meeting kinds of components to the sort of cooling off period. Sometimes those seem to me to go, maybe they're emphasizing form over substance to at least a small degree.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Smallberg, for using one of my post-employment letters as your very first visual aid. And second, you talked about these revolving door issues and people going in and people going out, and you talked about them kind of raising, it seems like fairly separate concerns. Does it make sense to talk about a revolving door as a single problem, or should we think about incoming employees and outgoing employees as two separate concerns?
Yeah, I think there's separate concerns when you're talking about some of the intricacies of the rules and some of the consequences on a case-by-case basis. But I think they both tie into a broader question, which is, are there cases, whether it's favoring a former employer or favoring a future employer, are there cases where the mindset of an agency is becoming uncomfortably closely aligned with the mindset of an industry that they're supposed to be regulating? I mean, from an outside group's perspective, we want regulatory agencies to be able to sometimes take very tough, aggressive, and controversial actions against the companies that they oversee, and to be able to do that with a certain arm's length distance. And so we do worry that both the incoming and outgoing revolving door can make it harder sometimes for agencies to really think about issues in a different way. I would note, for example, that one of the new SEC commissioners is someone who is not coming from an industry background, actually worked as a Senate staffer drafting a lot of the Dodd-Frank rules. And interestingly, she's someone who has actually started to question the SEC's process of granting these waivers that take some of the sting out of enforcement actions. And so I guess for me that's an example of a way in which, as we're thinking about these issues, maybe it doesn't make sense to ban the revolving door, but sometimes it's just a matter of bringing in more of a diversity of expertise and viewpoints so that we're incorporating the viewpoints of not just powerful industry groups, but also folks who have represented consumers or investors or other people who have a stake in the agency's work.
I mean, I think in both cases, going in and coming out, you're trying to measure the sort of benefits of experience, either experience in the sector that's going to be regulated and experience in how the government does the regulating. So that's a bland way of putting them both together. I think that in my experience, one difference is that when I see the people I study, often they'll do their final, when they decide to leave government service, it's because they've just hit a career highlight. Like they got that conviction, they were involved in that big trial, that big enforcement action, that big regulatory effort. It was all-consuming. They're exhausted. They've been going at it for a long time, and they feel like they've achieved what they wanted to achieve as an aspect of government service. And I don't know if you'd have the same kind of sort of dynamics at play for somebody coming into government service. And then another reason I think of them as different is, I mean, I guess it seems to me that, and I could be wrong about this, you don't really care if all your former employees are going to the same place. But I imagine that if you're regulating in a whole industry, you would worry if all your employees were coming from the same place or a similar kind of, part of the industry.
The last question. I was wondering if you're thinking about the issue changes at all depending on the type of entity that the person is coming from or going to. I mean, I certainly make compelling arguments about industries that are being regulated and people really going back and forth on those issues. But we have a lot of persons who are coming from, kind of quasi-public sector entities. And the ethics rules have one set of laws for any outside entity. So we have somebody coming from Free Tibet group or whatever it is, and then they're coming to our agency to work on those issues. And we have a difficult time convincing them of the need to recuse for a year. And of course, we try to do it and set up mechanisms to do that. But I don't know if kind of on a conceptual level if the issues are different.
Yeah, I can tell you that, for example, when President Obama introduced the ethics pledge, we supported that as an effort to try to root out special interests influencing the process in government. But we also strongly supported a waiver provision that would allow the government to decide in certain cases that, well, if someone was a registered lobbyist for a public interest group, we may not look at that in quite the same way as someone who is lobbying, on behalf of a big bank or a tobacco company or what have you. And on the other side, I do think the type of organization does make a difference. One interesting example that I've seen recently in obtaining those SEC statements is there have been a number filed by a former enforcement attorney who is now representing whistleblowers who are trying to tell the agency about a fraud that they may not have known about or may not have been currently investigating. Now, is this a case where this former attorney may be utilizing some of his expertise and connections and contacts at the agency? Maybe so, but if it's in the service of whistleblowers who are actually trying to help the agency do a better job of achieving its mission as opposed to representing a company that's trying to fight against a proposed regulation or enforcement action, I would view that qualitatively differently. And again, I think just speaks to the point of that we shouldn't, come up with absolutist policies that say everyone can go through the revolving door or no one can. But I think you have to weigh some of those cases depending on the specific facts.
I mean, what I want to say is that in theory, there's no reason not to worry about people who take their government expertise and use it when they go into some public interest organization to fulfill the efforts of that organization, which may be if the organization is got blinkers on or is not thinking about the weighing of all the costs and benefits of a particular course of action, may not be good for government policy more generally. I want to say that, but I think in this case I generally agree with Mike that maybe there should be different rules for those kinds of people too.
I think we do have time for one more question if anyone has a question. If not, we can take a break. Give you a few minutes to work up your courage if someone has a question they're thinking about asking and haven't quite the nerve up yet.
So the revolving door debate's been happening since the 1800s. The first law that was passed, 5 U.S.C. 99, had the same debate was happening in Congress between those who are human capital people and those who are concerned about neutral integrity and government process. It seems like we have two components, culture and rules. Can both of you just discuss how rules and culture can lead to sort of a happy tension between getting the right people and making sure that the government processes don't succumb to venal desire at the same time?
Yeah, I think ideally there is a happy tension or happy balance that needs to be struck there. And I think it's important to recognize that many of you are also dealing with a tension in that you have some limits imposed on you by the statutory framework. You know, you're probably dealing with pressure from your agencies who want to bring in people who have come in from the industry. But you're also trying to be sensitive to issues such as the appearance concern when someone is regulating an industry they used to work in. And I guess for me, you know, the question of are we striking the right balance, in many cases it's hard as an outside group for us to know just because the ethics process sometimes is a little bit of a mystery because we don't always get to see those records of waivers or recusals or other ethics documents or the type of post-employment disclosures that some agencies have required their alumni to file. So I guess I would say I think there is a way to balance those different issues, but more transparency and disclosure would let other groups take a look at this and see how that balance is being struck and if the government is doing all that it should be doing to get the information it needs to make those determinations.
Well, as you know, I'm a proponent of the human capital story of why people cycle through government jobs. And I guess maybe one way of looking at the question is to say, is there some sort of culture that can be inculcated while in government service that sticks with people once they leave it so that they focus more on enforcement and compliance than they do with sort of rule bending and the worst sorts of lobbying or whatever. And it's not easy. It's never easy to quantify culture. It's not easy to know whether you've established that kind of culture. But I guess I would say is, you know, look how far we've come. Since the 19th century, we've left a situation where the bureaucracy is a patronage organization and entered into one where it's a professional civil service. There's no doubt that the times we live in today are very different from the times of the early modern English state when offices were for sale and you were supposed to make money. The way you made the offices work for you was to make money while you were, in theory, serving in those offices. And so, since we have a world in which a civil service ideology exists, we live in a Weberian world where our bureaucracy is ordered and organized, and we live in a world where we've left patronage far behind. I mean, I guess I'd encourage everyone to think about accentuating the human capital story through the revolving door, and that's my own view.
Well, thank you both very, very much for joining us and sharing your perspectives. And thank you all for your patience. I know we're a little bit beyond the break time, and we are going to take a break, and we will be back here at about 10 after 3 for the keynote. So we look forward to seeing you then. Thank you.
Back to the National Government Ethics Summit. I am Ryan Segrist, and we just got done with a fascinating session that was put on by Professor David Zering and Michael Smallberg from the Project on Government Oversight. We're going to attempt to get some people in here into our booth here to interview them about what they thought about that session. And since we've already spoken with Mr. Smallberg prior to the session, we'd like to get a chance to speak with Professor Zering in just a moment here. So we apologize that the session went over. We're going to take just a real quick break, and then we'll be right back. Thanks. Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm Ryan Segrist. I'm very pleased to be joined by Justina Fu from the Environmental Protection Agency.
Hi Ryan.
How you doing?
Great.
So what brings you to the National Government Ethics Summit?
It is my job, Ryan.
It is.
I'm the senior counsel at the Environmental Protection Agency, which means that it isn't video streamed, but it has to do with the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. And even though it's an area that I do practice and an area that I talk about, this is the third time I've talked to Jeff in depth about the Emoluments Clause, and yet again I learned something.
Yeah, well actually, just so you know, we do have a video of that presentation on the Institute for Ethics in Government's Google Plus page and YouTube accounts.
Oh, that's great, and I know that you also have them on, I think, your Advanced Practitioner series as well.
That's right, and if people really like it enough, we'll be happy to bring him back and have him present again.
You know, it's funny because it's an area that you wouldn't think has meaningful relationship, but as I say to my clients sometimes, you would never know, but we do talk about constitutional law, and we have to talk about it on a regular basis. One of the things that's fascinating about the Emoluments Clause is that when I'm talking to people, they don't realize is that it affects you even in your private sector, even in your private capacity, rather. So you are obliged to follow the Emoluments Clause even when you're out and about doing something on vacation.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and that's one of those things where it's amongst that sort of galaxy of things that are sort of ethics related, but not fall within the ethics laws itself.
One of the things that we do is we give a talk to people when they first enter federal service about the things you gave up when you became a federal employee. You can't do things under the Hatch Act, even in your personal capacity.
Yeah.
And I do a similar talk for people who are newly indoctrinated into the SES, and I call that the things you gave up when you joined the SES. One of which, of course, is the Stock Act.
Oh yeah, of course. I don't suppose you'd be willing to show us this talk sometime. Share it with us, would you?
It's a lot of fun, I tell you. Mostly it's filled with people yelling at me, that can't be true, that can't be true.
Well, I mean, what can you do, right?
That's right.
Thank you so much for joining us, Justina.
Thank you.
And we'll be back in just a second with another guest, and thank you for joining us. We'll talk to you in a minute.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the National Government Ethics Virtual Summit. I'm Patrick Shepard and I'm very pleased to be joined by Professor David Zering from the Wharton School. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here.
So I really enjoyed your presentation. I thought it was fascinating and there were a number of points. I think there are two parts of your perspective that are novel and interesting to the work that we do. And one is your reliance on the data with your DOJ work and also your historical perspective. And you touched on some of the historical reticence of the United States government when it comes to binding employment contracts that persist after an employment arrangement. Were there any other examples that you found in your research that could maybe give us some more perspective there? Or could you expand on that idea?
Well, I think some of that reticence originates from the private sector. The idea that covenants not to compete could keep somebody out of work for a long time is something that has been around since the 19th century, and I think as the country became more devoted to the idea of free labor and free work, that it became that the idea that these covenants not to compete would be enforced was thought to be immune to public policy. So if anything, I think it's something that came from the private sector, really, that the government's really adopted by recognizing that there's got to be some limits to the cooling off period, to the sort of garden leave and stay on the sidelines rules that can keep people out of work for a long time.
And that's one of the reasons I find the revolving door to be really exciting as an intellectual topic, is because we find ourselves in that tension between the perceived public interest and the rights of employees as individuals in society. Is that a perspective you share, or is that something that you find interesting in your work in this area?
It's a nice point. It is interesting to think about, and if anything, my view is that in some ways, we shouldn't think of those as so opposed. That the rights of employees to gain human capital and valuable work experience in the government, and then take that to productive positions outside of it, is something that can be good for the government and good for the employee themselves too. So you can imagine situations where the door would revolve a little too quickly.
Yes.
But in some ways, I think we can think of those policies as more aligned than some people might think.
Excellent. And I think we have time for one more question. Have you found anything recently in the academic literature around regulation that would be of particular interest, or something that our viewers might want to check out themselves?
Well, a couple of things that may be worth looking at. There's a nice study by a bunch of business school professors. I come from a business school, including Ed DeHaan, D-E-H-A-A-N, on the revolving door and how it affects enforcement officers at the SEC. And the story they tell, and I'm not just celebrating it for this reason, is pretty consistent with my own. It's consistent with that human capital hypothesis. But you could take a look at that, and your mileage may vary. And Ed Glazer and Raven Sachs have an article about prosecutors and their incentives in the workplace. And Ed Glazer is a great economist at Harvard. It's always worth reading his work, I think. And so those are two places where you might find something. And if you don't really want to get into the nitty-gritty of the data and the formula, at the very least, the introduction can give you a sense of where these guys come out in cutting-edge research on the revolving door.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you all viewing from your desks for joining us, and we'll be back in a few minutes with our keynote from Max Stier. Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Public Service, an organization that's dedicated to inspiring service and transforming government. He has a real appreciation and key perspective on our work to share today. Mr. Stier worked previously in all three branches of government. He served on the personal staff of a congressman, as he clerked for the Chief Judge of the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit and a Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Between these positions, Mr. Stier served as Special Litigation Counsel to Assistant Attorney General at the Department of Justice. Mr. Stier also worked in private practice, focusing in the area of white-collar defense. Mr. Stier most recently comes from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, having served as the Deputy General Counsel for Litigation. A graduate of Yale College and Stanford Law School, Mr. Stier is a member of the National Academy of Public Administration. Mr. Stier's work at the partnership reflects many issues that we have in common. In particular, ensuring a strong, ethical federal workforce and a smooth transition after a presidential election. We are very pleased to hear from him today. Please join me in welcoming him.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank Shelley and also Walt for inviting me and all of you for participating. You all hear me okay? Sound a little lovely. So can we bring it up? Lavalier? How do I make it out or come back to this? I'll start here and then we'll see where we get to here. So there we go. Now I can even tell that one. It's a pleasure being here. I really appreciate the invitation to speak. And thank you all for taking the time to invest in yourselves, to figure out ways that you can do better and hopefully connect across the larger government community. One of the big challenges I think we have in the federal space is that everyone operates within their own agency, within their own vertical of activity, when in point of fact we ought to be acting as an integrated enterprise. And frankly, if you ask me where the lowest hanging fruit for improved performance in the government, that would be it. Figuring out, again, how to work collectively to achieve common ends. What I was hoping to speak about for a little bit today is the culture issue that you've heard being brought up a couple of times in some of your earlier sessions. Because I believe that in the government we have a tendency to focus on process and structure when, in point of fact, it's culture and people that drive behavior and performance more than anything else. And we have, I think, a very important data set, which is the basis of the conversation I want to have today, that tells us an awful lot about what that culture is. And there are concerning things, but I think the important point is that we get to focus on the voice of the employee in a way that we haven't been able to do previously to better achieve our collective goals. And I do think that they are collective. So I'm going to rush through this pretty quickly because I'm hoping we can spend the bulk of whatever time we have here in a conversation, and I would love to rankings. Usually that's like the one that gets everyone's hand, and it's amazing. You know, U.S. News and World Report got it right, Zagat got it right. Rankings really matter. People pay attention to them. And we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that I started 13 years ago, and the goal was really pretty simple, and that was how do we make government more effective by focusing on talent? And we really do 5 things. We try to bring good talent into government. We try to work on leadership issues. We work to create an environment that engages employees. We focus on the system, whether you're making the difference that you intend. And it was real challenging because we are trying to influence government. We're a B2B in the nonprofit space, which is quite unusual. And when we looked at the government space, there really weren't any universal metrics. You couldn't look to financial performance, the measuring the for-profit sector, and you really had very, frankly, and still do, very partially developed at best metrics on overall performance for agencies, and certainly nothing that allowed for cross-agency comparison to speak of. So we got very lucky, and we were able to sneak into the Defense Authorization Act a provision that required every agency to conduct an annual employee survey and make that data public. And we didn't quite know exactly what we were doing, and we didn't get it 100% right, but it was enough to allow us to get our best places to work rankings underway. And so that's the strategy pieces for us.
So best places. So we started it. It's basically been 10 years since we got it going. To begin with, we were only able to do it every other year because although the surveys were done every year, OPM was only doing them once a year and asking the agencies individually to do them, and then we didn't have comparable data. But the Obama administration came in and did the smart thing and said, hey, silly for all these agencies to be doing it on their own every other year. Why not let's have OPM do it every year? And from that, we've been able to get a much better rhythm, really important rhythm, because unless you do it every year, you can't really hold accountable those political leaders, because they can hide from the results of their surveys if it's done every other year and there's a long lead time or lag time, which there is, in getting the information out. So what do we see? What does the data tell us, and why is this relevant to all of you as ethics experts in your agency? And so taking them in order, very easy, data shows terrible things. And then back to why should you care, I would offer several reasons. First, you are operating within an organization, and talent is the be-all and end-all. That is what defines whether your organization succeeds more than anything else. You can have, poor technology, poor process, poor structure. If you have the right talent, you can overcome all that. And if you don't have the right talent, properly engaged, all that other stuff becomes virtually meaningless. And so just in your guise as organizational actors, you should care about this. But I think it's relevant for you more than just in your guise as a part of a larger organization. I think it's relevant for you in terms of your specific job, because I would hope you will see your job not simply as ensuring that the right letters are dotted and crossed, but rather trying to ensure that the end goal, which is an organization that appropriately and effectively represents the American people, is being achieved. Because at the end of the day, to me, that's what the ethics regime is about. It's about ensuring that the American public can have faith in those that are in positions of trust, that they're doing their jobs in the right way. And this data helps give you some real insight into that. And it is important, particularly when you look at the leadership. But so let's go back to the numbers, and maybe we can have a conversation about the broader issues that I'm trying to raise. So what do the numbers show? As I said, ugly. Most important ugly part is I'm giving you the first slide here, a comparison of the private sector and the government, is that there's a gap, and the gap doesn't redound to the benefit of the government. Our view and our organizational goal is to see the government meet or exceed this private sector benchmark, and we're going in the wrong direction. And why should we be able to do that? The reason why is because government has a special asset that the for-profit sector does not, and that is the mission. And if you look at what drives engagement for people, mission is incredibly powerful, and we are wasting, frankly, that asset. So more on that later, but this is what the overall landscape looks like. We need to benchmark against the private sector because we need to compete against the private sector for talent, and we need to operate in a way that sees the government not only as a unified whole, but also as part of the larger fabric of the society in which it operates. And I think that's important as well, even in all that we do, that we have to, in essence, normalize our conduct so that the government is better connected to the larger society that it's within. So interact with, and that is quite important. And then you can see pay is the last category, which has popped up in the last few years, not surprisingly, and not everywhere, but it's still relatively small compared to the other two. So let's dive into some of the data itself to say, hey, what is it showing us? And I said earlier that senior leaders among that leadership category is the most important driver. And what I've done in this slide, and I'm hoping you can all read what is relatively small print, but what I've tried to do is show you 4 questions that make up the senior leader category in our rankings. And what we've done is we've pulled for you the spread from the bottom of the heap to the top of the heap, both in the subcomponents and the large agencies, and then the government-wide average, which is in average here. It's actually in the middle of the chart here, but in orange. And why this is so important is that typically you get all kinds of what I would describe as defensive responses when you see those low numbers in that first slide. And they say, but of course the government is lower. because we've had no pay raises, because the public is beating up on us, because Congress isn't treating us well, because we've had sequestration and you know, shutdown. And in fact, those last two aren't reflected in these numbers since it's 2013. 2014 numbers are likely government-wide to be lower, and they are in most agencies, not in all. I mean, there's some agencies that are beating the average. But the important thing is the spread tells us that within the larger ecosystem, within all those challenges, great leaders can actually make a very big difference. I mean, look at the difference, you know, for example, between the Economic Development Administration and Commerce and the top Stennis Space Center. In my organization, leaders generate high levels of motivation and commitment in the workforce. 8.6 at EDA and 72.6 at Stennis. And what that tells me is that, yes, you can have all these externalities that are driving and making for challenge in your agency, but you can have terrible leadership that makes that worse, and you can have great leadership that can deal with it. And that's what that spread tells you, is that even within the challenge that we exist in, you can make a very big difference if you actually manage effectively. So just running the table here, my organization's leaders maintain high standards of honesty and integrity. I mean, again, a question, obviously, I would hope that would be near and dear to your heart. You know, look at that spread and think about your agencies. Do you know the answer to the question in your agency about what that number is? And what that number is perhaps in various components? Because, again, this year in 2014, OPM is able to provide 20,000 breakouts. And what that means is it's able to take that government-wide data and break it into 20,000 smaller pieces. So you think about it, there's 7,000 SESers. You ought to be able to align even smaller than the SES level the data against small organizational units. And you'll find enormous variability within an agency, within a subcomponent, and that variability has a lesson, and I think that lesson needs to be examined about. It doesn't tell you necessarily why the numbers are what they are, but it'll tell you if you really need to be concerned about them. I have a high level of respect for my organization's senior leaders. How satisfied are you with the information received from management on what's going on in your organization? Think about transparency in government and the challenge that transparency imposes on acting in government. We don't have transparency when it comes to our own employees. Our own employees feel like they don't have the information they actually need to do their jobs well. That's a huge problem. And that's something, again, in whether as a manager or in your current role in ethics, there's a role, frankly, for you to play. Performance-based rewards, another area where you see high discrepancy with the private sector. How satisfied are you with the recognition you receive for doing a good job? And again, how many of you, when you do your ethics work, how many of you actually identify the people that are doing a really great job? Can I see a show of hands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Well, I would pose this challenge to you. Think about whether all of you can do the same thing, because I'm a father of 2 kids, 8 and just about 10. And I am told all the time, and I know this is true, although I don't always follow this advice, that positive reinforcement is a heck of a lot more effective than the negative. And I do too much yelling, but I know at the end of the day that what I ought to be doing is do the positive reinforcement. People are people, kids are like people, right? Treat your people like... So, I mean, you think about the government space. You have the IGs, you have government oversight committees, you have the media. Everybody's finding the problem. And my view is, okay, that's all right, but who's finding the good things? And who's talking about the good things as a way of solving those problems? That doesn't happen hardly at all, and that's a huge loss. And we really do need to tell people how to do it right, not just that they've done it wrong. And telling them how to do it right is in part about showing them other people that have gotten it right. So again, that's part of the purpose of the SAMIES program, and I would just highlight these numbers and think about in your own workspace, what can you do to find the bright spots and highlight what's right? And for you and for your community, but also across government, that's the sharing piece about how you can help all those who are doing similar kinds of work. All right, so one issue obviously then is what's happening in general. Another slice of the data is to look at information from the manager's perspective versus the line employee. And this is one of my least favorite examples. Promotions in my work unit are based on merit. If you look at government-wide, the number is ugly. But here's DHS, and you see that they have, in general in DHS, you have almost 80% of the managers saying that. So basically, 4 out of 5 managers or SES members at DHS will say that promotions are based on merit, and only 1 out of 5 of line employees will say so. And I think this is a very important way to be examining the information. If you have an organization in which people don't believe promotions are based on merit, you have an organization that's broken. You have no trust between the line employee or the general employee and the manager. If you have an organization in which that is true, and in addition to that, the managers see the world as all rosy, then you have a double problem, because you won't have the change that you need. And so having alignment, having your leadership group understand how the line employee views the world is critical. And by and large, there are a lot of places inside government where that's not working. Now, to be fair, in any organization, you're likely to have better numbers when you look at managers versus line employees. But there's a point at which that differential becomes so great that it's not normal, and it's a problem. And that's what you see here in this example. Okay, another one I hope is how many of you are familiar with this question, question 17 on the EVS? So, you know, some number of you. I think this is a powerful question, and when the VA scandal happened, this is what I first looked at, because you know what, people are going to cut corners. That's part of what happens. It shouldn't happen, but it does. But in a 2 million person organization, or in the VA's case, a 300,000 person organization, there are going to be people who get their performance goals and cheat. That's what happens, and it's bad, and you want to stop it. But how do you stop it? You don't stop it with more rules. You stop it by having a culture in which people around those people who are cheating speak up. You do it, and when you have a culture, you stop it when you have a culture where bad news gets to the people it needs to get to. And in any organization, that is a very hard thing to get people to do. And if you don't work at it, it won't happen. And it's not that's not going to be the intuitive or the natural response of folks. And what we see again at the VA, and frankly, VA is not much worse than the general average in government, barely over half the employees felt like they could raise a violation of law or rule without fear of retaliation. And, you know, you can't, the employee viewpoint survey has 80+ questions. You can't focus on it all. But there are, to me, some core questions. You could take a handful, that's what the best agencies do, and make those your touchstone. And to me, this is one of them. So, again, another one, arbitrary action, personal favoritism, and coercion for partisan political purposes are not tolerated. Again, look at the spread. That's the thing that always gets me, is to see how big from, the Federal Maritime Commission at 23.5, to 73. That's a huge spread. And it tells you that, again, good leadership or bad leadership will make a very big difference. So this is the trend lines. So we're looking at this not just this year or last year, but rather over a set of years, and you see it, relatively flat. And I think we can do better than that. And I think as a community, we need to hold ourselves accountable for doing better than this. Because this, again, is a place where I think the public sector has a more substantial responsibility than anybody else. So that's my, quick soapbox. I wish I could walk away from this mic. If I do so, will the lavalier work? I don't know. I'm going to try once more. Maybe. No. Yes. 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 Okay. So now, have at me. I'd be really interested in your questions, your concerns. What do you think would be a useful conversation? We have a mic, at least here and there. And if you don't ask me questions, I will ask you questions. So, and my questions are not good. So, somebody who's got a question. So what are your biggest issues? How many of you are in agencies where you feel like the leadership is actually using this data effectively? Show of hands, up, few, sort of. Okay. Tell me your agency. Yeah. Oh, good. CFPB, good. Yeah, good. No, I think they've done some. Cut my mic. There we go. Yeah, CFPB, another agency, other places where people are doing well. Sorry about the feedback. I'll back up and maybe that might help. Other agencies where it's being done well. Now there are fewer because I've asked the question. Here we go, yeah.
My former agency was one of the bottom performers
And good, what's the agency? I'm sorry? USTR, yes. I mean, USTR, I didn't put this slide up, but one of the slides I have is USTR and PTO. Because USTR actually started, pre-2009, really very, very highly ranked. And PTO was near the bottom. And if you watch year to year, those lines crossed and USTR went to the basement and PTO went to the top. And Mike Froman, I think, it took it very seriously. And but it shows that also in not very much time, you can drive an agency into the ground, and in not so much time, you can turn it around. And I think that's right. For the small agencies, that's certainly right. So, okay, someone's taking pity on me. Good, okay.
For the last couple of surveys, you've gone from asking all employees to a subset of employees, a random sample, and I think that's had an effect both on the employees who don't get the survey, leaving them feeling like their views don't matter, but also on managers when we get the data back saying, well, it's not everyone or it's only a small percentage. Can you talk about if there's plans to move back to a more comprehensive survey?
Yeah. So a point of clarification. So we are this tiny nonprofit that got a law passed that requires the government to conduct the survey. So the Office of Personnel Management actually makes the choice about whether it's is it the feedback pretty bad for you? It's okay? Okay, good. All right. So OPM actually decides what their methodology is going to be. And we pushed hard for full census rather than a sample. And so for a while they did census, and then they moved to the sample. They claim that the sample procedure that they're using now, it still resulted in almost 400,000 respondents. So it's still a very robust subset of the federal employees, and about half of them respond. So it's probably close to 750,000 feds that actually get the survey. But they claim that they are able to sample in a way to enable them to get statistically valid samples, which allows them to make 20,000 cuts at the data. I think it's more than anything else an issue of cost, where it's less expensive, even though it's just data crunching from the perspective of OPM. To do it, I hear you that there's a value to the survey even beyond its representative quality, which is that you're giving each employee an opportunity to speak up as opposed to a select number. So in my view, I would rather see a census, and that is what we have argued for and lost. So your voices on this would be useful to say, you may be right as a technical matter that the methodology we use today enables us to look at some pretty small slices inside agency, but we're losing something else, which is a universal opportunity for someone to speak up about their organization. To my mind, a more difficult issue is how long it takes for the information to actually be turned around. And they've done a great job of reducing that time, but I think we have more to do, because it's still the case that they start the surveys in April, and it's not till basically now that people are getting the results. The agencies are. And then agencies hold on to the results. They pull their hair out over it, look at it, and they don't get it out to their employees for a while. And again, on the transparency point, it'd be a heck of a lot better if it was turned around real fast, put out, and allow people to make their own judgments without having to sort of try to massage and manage it. Part of the problem is that agencies view the data as an event itself rather than part of a longer-term process. We should be seeing an effort to engage employees over time. The data are check-in points. They're not something that you're shooting towards. And almost everyone's reactive to the data release itself, and they lose because there's no way they can get ahead of that. NASA, which is the gold standard in the way, anyone from NASA here? NASA? Gold standard. There we go. And I hope your hand went up when you said good things. Otherwise I'm going to tell Jerry Buchholz, or Charlie Bolden. No, seriously though, NASA does some phenomenal things with the information. They focus on question 41, which is, do you believe that the results of the survey will matter? And I think that's a really powerful question, because it's, again, it's about whether, leadership has persuaded the employees that their voice is being heard. And it's a pretty good wrap-up. So, and then NASA also looks at the innovation index, which we do, and that's, I think, also quite interesting. Okay, I filibustered. There are no more questions. There's really nothing. Here we go. All right.
Hi. I wanted to know whether you were able to follow up on the chart that we didn't see of the PTO going up or down, and what the empirical data of why that happened was, and whether it followed the 3 keys that you said related to, a strong agency.
So, there's a certain amount that I can say that is based on the data, and there's a certain amount that, to be, honest, is my own judgment and some level speculation. So the answer is yes. I mean, I know, and I full disclosure, the guy who ran PTO for 4 years, who during the time in which they went from the bottom to top, is now on my board for that reason, because he did an amazing job. His name is Dave Kapos. He has a wonderful story to tell about what he did, and it's got all kinds of interesting elements. One of the things he talks about how is when he arrived, he said the agency, he came from the private sector, and he was just, really, first I had an opportunity to speak with him before he arrived and talk to him about what he ought to focus on. And I said, look, the SES to me is your key, because they're the people who, if you get them right, you can build off of everything else. And if they're not right, then you fail. And they last through the administration. So if you want to institutionalize your change, and to me, there are 2 big problems with the SES. One of which is that they are largely technical experts. They don't see their role as enabling others. They see themselves as doers. And the second is that oftentimes there's no community. So again, they see themselves as individual actors managing their program rather than owning the larger agency they operate in. So part of it was that when he arrived, he started trying to address those 2 issues with the SES at PTO. But even more basically, when he arrived, he said, look, the agency is designed to serve me as the director of the Patent and Trademark Office. And that's wrong. The real purpose of the agency is to serve the various stakeholders that are concerned with intellectual property issues. And that's about the frontline employee. That's about the patent examiner, trademark examiner. That's about the people who are actually doing the real work of the agency. So let me understand, what do they need to do their jobs better? Let me figure out how to turn the organization back right side up. So instead of being focused on me, it's focused on them. And so he started from the ground up and said, here's how we need to measure performance. Here's what they need to perform better. Managers need to support that. Executives need to support the managers to support that. And I need to make sure that the whole organization gets that they need. So part of it was really starting from the purpose of the organization. What is the objective of the place? And understanding how to reorient it in that regard. And part of it was also challenging the norm. So he said, look, every day we've got to get better. And instilling that as part of the culture of the organization. So why did PTO get better? Why did it really generate? And part of it was, working with the labor unions effectively. PTO has had a history of strife with the patent examiner union. I mean, really ugly relationships. And he came in and he was like, this is silly. And when he left, the head of the patent examination union cried, and not tears of joy, okay? So, so he really did it right. So, flip side, USTR. Can't say I asked the gentleman who used to run USTR to join my board. And I don't really know in as great detail about what went wrong as I know what went right at PTO. Per my earlier point, that's more important to me to understand what went right. But I think fundamentally, what you saw at USTR was leadership that didn't care, that didn't see its job as making the organization better and stronger, that didn't understand that people were the most critical asset of the organization. And you don't have that and you lose. And that's what I think happened to USTR. USTR is a much smaller organization than PTO. It's a lot easier to move a small organization up or down. You can beat it into submission pretty quick, and you can change things, pretty fast as well. USTR is PTO is like 11,000 people. Then you look at a VA that's 300,000 people. That's just really hard to move an organization that large, but it's doable. And you can see places like, the Department of Transportation where they had very consequential movement in relatively short order. Again, by just focusing on the fundamentals. One of the things they did is, in their SES performance appraisals, they baked in a requirement that the SES members focus on employee engagement. And they gave them a set of examples of what that might look like. But just doing things like that are ways of leveraging broader impact in the culture of an organization. Or they have something called Idea Hub, just, again, using technology to enable a two-way conversation. It's just a web platform that people can, put their ideas in, and then other employees can vote on those ideas. And if enough people support them, the management has to engage. So again, there's a lot of already good work that's going on across government. And we have a best practices report we did on 6 agencies and what they did. It's not rocket science. It really starts with just actually paying attention. So there's a lot of movement that can be made. And I know OG has done a lot of good work in this regard too already. So, and anyway, this is good stuff. Okay, other questions? Oh, I got my 10-minute thing. So you only have to ask 10 minutes of questions. Come on. Who's got any questions? Coming back. All right, round 2.
Can you keep talking to us about examples of things that you've seen that have helped organizations large and small, as well as that have hurt organizations large and small? Because it's nice to hear these kind of ideas, to be able to roll them in, because we don't necessarily hear.
Okay, I'm happy to do it. Show of hands who wants to hear more examples. There we go. Look at that. Big support for it. Okay, so more examples. I'm going to come back to NASA. Like, one of the things I love, NASA does some pretty impressive things. And one of the things that they really do is they focus very heavily on their frontline supervisors. So I mentioned that to me the SES is the core group that you have to get right if you want your broader organization to work right. But in any sized organization, the SES isn't going to be able to touch the front line directly. And therefore, that frontline supervisor group is really essential. So what does NASA do? One thing they do is they have a very smart communication strategy. Again, everyone talks about communication, communication, communication. It's true, but you can over-communicate. If you send 1 million emails to people, what do? You ignore them. You don't pay attention to them anymore. It's too much. So what NASA does is it really does a good job of identifying specific populations that they need to get information and make sure that you're only reaching out to those people. So if there's an issue with a parking lot at one of the NASA facilities, it doesn't send out an email to everybody, hey, there's this problem in the parking lot. It sends an email out to those people who park in that parking lot, and that's it. And that theory of approach is really meaningful because it means that people then pay attention to what it is that they're receiving. So that's step 1. They've done a really good job of segmenting their population and ensuring that they know a lot about their people and can touch specific groups that need to be touched when they need to do it. On the frontline supervisors, they make sure that when there's ever any consequential change or activity in the agency, that they pre-prepare those frontline supervisors. Because if something happens, if a notice goes out to the broader population in an agency, when people want answers, the first place they go is to their frontline supervisor and say, hey, what gives? What does this mean? What is that going to happen to me? Blah, 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 on and on and on and on. And if the frontline supervisor has no idea, the frontline supervisor goes, I don't know. Or they get annoyed because they don't know, or whatever else it might be. So NASA tries to make sure that they provide that frontline supervisor with a bunch of information before any bigger change is rolled out so that they're actually prepared and ready. And that does 2 things. It means that they themselves, those frontline supervisors, feel bought in. They're part of the team. And number 2, they can actually satisfy the people that they're managing when they come to them. So again, I think that's a pretty powerful thing. Second interesting example. I only have to do 5 more minutes of examples here now. And that is, again, and it's not only NASA this time, other agencies do this as well, but how many of you know that you actually have the opportunity, I think, to add 8 questions to the survey? So you got 1, you got 2, well, shall I 3, 4, okay. You can, and so that's actually a pretty powerful tool. Not only can, leadership decide, but what NASA actually does is it has its employees vote on 2 questions. So they come up with some options and then they have the employees vote. So again, what a nice thing. What happens if there's something out there that this survey instrument's not capturing? Some important data point that employees really want to hear their voice heard about. Well, this gives that opportunity. It means that they're not only responding to the questions that are being asked, they're helping set the stage for the questions themselves. And I think that, again, is a pretty powerful way of engaging people. There are lots of other things that are being done by different agencies. If you go to our website, you can look at the best practices report that we have, and there are a bunch of people. I think we have another questioner, and I salute you for doing this, so thank you.
Just to break it up so you don't have to go for the next 10 minutes straight. what do you recommend to do so that leaders are more effective and not just supernumeraries? You know, they're not just the best frontline people
Right.
who get promoted, but they also have the leadership and management skills, not just solely technical skills.
Right.
What best practices do you recommend for that?
So, you know, again, there are a bunch of different things that you can do, but the most important is to have the top leadership demonstrate that that stuff matters. You know, it's again, you can either, you know, say or do, and it's back to the, you know, the children analogy I made earlier. You know, what I tell my kids to do, maybe that has an impact, but not so much if I do the opposite thing. And so part of what we need to do and what we need to see in leadership more generally is, you know, is walking the talk and modeling the behavior that you all want. So if not then doing the work for somebody, it's actually, you know, even if it takes you a little bit more time, it's teaching them to do it for themselves. And really, you know, and it's about, you know, recognizing and rewarding not the person just who did the work, but the person who actually helped others get it done. You know, so the modeling of the values that you want is really important, and ensuring that whatever process is in place to evaluate people, that it's adequately weighted in that process. So oftentimes when you look at the different, you know, core qualifications, the results side get a heavy emphasis, and not so much on the leading people side. And that is a way in which you can actually, I think, make a difference, is to ensure that that piece gets its just dessert. Another thing that I think is pretty interesting, and we've done this in some of the training that we've done, is trying to help people who are frontline people really understand what management really is. Because part of the challenge is we don't adequately invest in our managers, in their skills. But part of the challenge is that the wrong people are going into management. And I say wrong people, that doesn't mean that they might not be able to be decent managers. They don't really want to be managers. They're doing it because that's the next step on the road that they're supposed to take, not because it in fact is the next step to grow them in the way they actually want to grow. And so, you know, we did a whole series of sessions at one agency to help the frontline people say, here's what management is, and if you don't like this, don't apply, because that's what you're buying into. So, I mean, if you can get people to select out of a bad choice, that's not such a bad thing either. Okay, I think this is the last question. Because I got the big axe, but one more. Yeah.
I was curious, to what extent do we see in government any use by agencies of like a 360 review, that management actually undergoes a 360 review and they let all of their underlings actually review their performance, right, and kind of what your thoughts are on that as an instrument that
right,
might help?
Right. So there are, I mean, in general, my sense is that everything that should happen in government is happening somewhere, just often not in enough places. So there are places that do 360s. The important thing about 360s is actually not the 360, it's what happens afterwards. And so part of the challenge is people are like, okay, let's find out what all the peers and their supervisor, you know, they think. But if you don't have a resource investment on the back end, which is the coaching of the person about how to deal with this, then you really haven't done yourself any favor. Likely is you've actually hurt yourself, because in some level, the only thing worse than asking someone's opinion about something is ignoring it. And that's what you end up doing if you ask people, hey, what is this person like? And then, oh, great, thanks, okay, bye. You know, that just does no good, or if they see no change. So we do not have enough of what I would describe as you know, smart developmental investments in our people in government. And when I say that, I'm really talking about the civilian side of government. One of the most interesting discrepancies, I think, is you look at the military part of our government and a DOD, you know, side by side with the civilian side, and you know, they have a phenomenal investment in their people. They see their people as an asset. In the civilian side, people are viewed as a cost. Not so good. So I love 360 so long as it's done professionally and you actually have the coaching resource on the back end to make sure that that input can be appropriately addressed by the individual who is being, you know, being reviewed. I think it's important. We all need to see ourselves from the perspective of those around us. Doesn't mean that everything we hear or see requires a change, but we should understand it. And that doesn't happen, again, nearly enough. So, look, thank you very much for all the work you're doing. You play a very, very important role, and it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thanks. My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, is this on? So just as a logistical matter, I don't think this is on.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Yes.
It will be. Yeah, I will.
Government Ethics Virtual Summit. We just heard from Max Stier from the Partnership for Public Service, and he was telling us about ways that that employee engagement can help create better functioning government organizations. And we wanted to address a couple of issues that have come up throughout the day. We understand that some of you have been experiencing some dropped frames on the stream. We have identified the issue and think we have a solution for the future event, so we apologize for any inconvenience, but we think that we have a solution for you. To that end, we'd also like to recognize the folks in our booth who have been working hard all day troubleshooting to make sure that you get a seamless presentation. So if you guys could say hi over in the booth. We have Heidi working on our social media. David's been wrangling guests all day, and Tony's been working the board and the broadcast. So thank you guys very much. And I think we have another guest. You want to grab...
Sure, yeah. I'll bring Adam over real quick.
Great, thanks, Ryan.
Sure.
Hey, Adam, how you doing?
Okay.
Thanks very much for joining us. We're here with our virtual attendees. We have about 100, 200 people have been joining us throughout the day. Have you been enjoying your time at the summit so far?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Is there anything in particular that, if someone's just joining us and they'd like to go back to the tape and check out any highlight that's really stood out for you that everyone should go see?
I think Max Stier's presentation, the Partnership of Public Service, was outstanding. I think it's an important reminder that what we do as ethics officials is very important, not just for technical compliance and maintaining public integrity, but leadership as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's sort of been a theme for the day. We've gotten away a little bit from the nitty-gritty technical compliance work, and we'll get into that over the next 2 or 3 weeks. But today we sort of took a step back and are thinking about some of the broader issues that we face every day as ethics officials. So thanks very much for joining us. You're going to be joining us for any other events during the month?
I will be. I'll be there for Large Agency Day tomorrow and speaking.
Oh, excellent.
It's a great opportunity for people to learn and reflect.
Great. What will you be speaking about tomorrow?
Gretchen Weaver and I are going to be speaking about outside boards.
Oh, fantastic.
And we are not speaking from the point of view of knowing and having resolved everything, but as practitioners thinking of ways to help our management come to a suitable way forward in handling this new exception.
That's great, and I think we are going to be really interested to hear how that exception is playing out in the field. And if you find one of these people who knows everything, please let us know, because we'd love to talk to them.
Right, it's good to have all the answers. No one person does. We all get together and talk. That's what this opportunity is about.
Excellent. So if anyone's going to be joining us tomorrow for Large Agency Day, I will definitely be there, and we hope that you will join Adam for his presentation on outside boards. Thanks very much. Take care.
You too.
And I think we're going to have another guest here in just a second, so we can leave the stream going. Yeah, sure. This is an ad-lib situation. Welcome to the booth at the Virtual National Government Ethics Summit. I'm Patrick Shepard. I'm one of the commentators. Where are you from?
I'm from the State Department.
From the State Department.
Yep.
Excellent. Are you having a nice time today at the summit?
Oh, it's fun. It's always fun to see people face-to-face that we talk to on the phone and in email, so it's... it's nice to see the human side of OGE, let me say.
We do have some humans at OGE. I'm sorry if you've heard otherwise.
It's not just droids. Ethics droids.
Ethics droids. Is there anything today that you've seen that if we have some folks on the broadcast that are just joining us, that they should definitely go back and check out?
Right.
These recordings
Well,
are
I
gonna be
thought that
available.
I should see the ones that are being recorded, but I thought that the revolving door one was pretty interesting. It's always interesting to see an academic kind of thinking about things that we think about on a very practical level.
Yes.
So I think that that's helpful to sometimes step back and think about what the purpose of all of it is. So I thought that was very interesting. And then I don't know if the program year in review is being broadcast or not, but that's always helpful. I know that we read these things as they come across our email, but sometimes we don't focus as much as we should. So that's nice to have.
Excellent. Well, both of those are available for watching if you've just joined us. So that's good. That is an excellent unplanned piece of interest. Will you be joining us for other events this month?
Yes, I'm going to the large agency day tomorrow, and then I'm signed up for the other 2 days of this. So
excellent. Well, we hope you continue to enjoy the summit, and thank you very much for stopping by.
Yeah, no problem. Bye.
Take care.
Okay, I did my part.
Very nice of Katie Ewell-Page to join us in the booth and provide the perspective from the Department of State on the summit here. We did want to address a question that came in through the comments on the YouTube page, and that is whether or not we will be broadcasting the last session today. We're actually going to be signing off here in just a few minutes. It's our understanding from the presenters on the last block that their presentation is not organized in such a way to be conducive to streaming. So we're sorry about that for those of you who are looking forward to that. If the content is fantastic, and I'm sure it will be, we're certainly looking into rebroadcasting some of these sessions, have folks in to our standard distance learning events, and over the next few months have them share some of the content in a way that is suitable for streaming. So if that's something that you guys would like to see, let us know which sessions those are, and we will make an effort to get those speakers to come back.
And one thing, I was just, while you were interviewing Ms. Ewell-Page from Department of State, I was speaking with Director Schaub from OGE, and he asked me to let everybody know that particularly if you see some sessions that you would like to have streamed in subsequent months, please let us know and we will take care of that. And also, he wanted to let everybody know about all the other great content that's going on around and throughout the summit. So take a look at the summit schedule and let us know if there's something you'd like to see, and we'll do our best to accommodate that.
Yeah, and we really like this because we're always looking for speakers. And it looks like Max Stier is going to join us in the booth, so we're going to cut away quickly, and then we'll be back with Max.
Welcome back, and I feel very, very lucky to be joined in the booth by Max Stier, the CEO of the Partnership for Public Service. And I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about that talk that you gave just a moment ago that we streamed out to all of our virtual viewers.
Right.
So the first question, you had mentioned during the course of that talk the three important key drivers of performance at agencies. Could you expand on those just a little bit?
Sure. So if you look at the data, what we see are that there are three primary components that are most important to creating a workforce that is engaged. And by far, the views of leadership are the most powerful. And when I say leadership, we also break that down further into subcategories. And the senior leaders actually have more of an impact on whether employees feel engaged than even the frontline supervisor, which is sort of a non-intuitive result of the data. Second is the notion of the mission skills match, or rather the ability of an employee to see how what they do is directly connected to the reason the agency exists, what's it trying to achieve. And then finally, and least important but nonetheless relevant, is perceptions about pay, whether people feel they are being compensated adequately for the work they're doing. But what we see again and again is good leadership trumps everything. And if you have really strong leadership, they can deal with the myriad of other challenges and problems that you might find in an agency and make it a place that people want to work harder at and work smarter at. And the flip side is obviously true as well. If you have leaders that don't really see their job as enabling their whole organization to do better, there's a cost to that. And frankly, we ought to be holding our leaders accountable to make sure that they are, in fact, doing their job and focused on ensuring that the agencies are well managed and that their people got the information that they need and they're operating in an environment where they can do their best.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much for joining us.
No
I know
problem.
that you're short on time,
Yeah,
so I don't want to
appreciate
keep
it.
you all afternoon, but thank you
Okay.
so much for coming on
My
our show
pleasure,
today.
and I'm also really impressed with what you're doing here. So thank you.
Oh, thanks. If you'd like to know more, let us know. We're happy to share how we set it up and all of that.
Super.
with you.
Okay. Thank you. Take
Sure.
care. Okay.
Thanks, Max.
All right. Bye-bye.
And welcome back to the booth at the National Government Ethics Virtual Summit. We're just about to wrap it up for today. We've had a fantastic day of events, starting with the welcoming remarks, the year in review, perspectives on the revolving door, and that last presentation from Max Stier from the Partnership for Public Service.
And we're very lucky to be able to speak with a lot of speakers here in the booth and kind of draw just a little bit more information out for those of you who are watching virtually. We're very pleased that we were able to get so many folks in to talk to, and we hope that you find it to be useful and edifying.
Yes, and for those of you who will be joining us tomorrow for Large Agency Day at FHFA, we look forward to seeing you. And those of you who will be attending the virtual events, please join us on Thursday, the 11th.
That's right.
At 11 o'clock for the Conflicts of Interest presentation.
For the first session, and then also at 1 o'clock for the second part of that presentation.
And we'll be having sessions throughout, and then we will be back here at NIH on September 19th. And it does look like we're going to have a better, more consistent stream for those of you who are attending virtually. So thanks for letting us know that you're having an issue, and we're happy to solve it. So for this evening, I'm Patrick Shepard.
And I'm Ryan Segrist.
And we'll see you on the 11th.
See you.